time is it?
What time is it? I don't know, little guy. What time is it?
What?
Oh my god!
It's
Oh my God.
10:14. Actually, do you
What is
mean in game? That's a little special mouse tool that will help us later.
Okay.
Actually, I kind
Aw.
of So
Is that Fortnite in the background?
Is that Liv
Nico's
playing?
playing Fortnite in the background. What the hell?
I think
oh,
Liv is playing.
it's like
Fortnite.
Subway Surfers.
It's for the audience to look at while we're role playing.
Nico, you got the Subway Surfers going on. I can watch you, and then I can watch the Fortnite going on behind.
Oh yeah.
Hello, guys. Welcome to Deadlands Funny Moments, number 345.
All right, hold on. Let me pull up my notes. All right. Oh, it's weirder when I'm on screen. I was gonna save the screen till later, but I'll stick with it. This is tough. Because usually I just kind of stare at the ground like this when I.
Just wait. Whenever we do Cyberpunk again, Ben, I got a prop now.
Holy shit! When do you get that? Is that just a prop, or is it like a
That's
real
not
one?
the Rift, right?
Oh, did you bring
I said something about it? I bought
No,
one.
what?
Yeah,
So that's an
it's really
Oculus Rift?
it's a fucking. They don't do Oculus because they got bought out by or no, sorry, it's the fucking Facebook one. It's a Quest 2.
Oh my God.
You're going to
Getting
join the
plugged into
metaverse.
I was watching YouTube on it. I was watching YouTube on it earlier, and I was like, "This is like literally just like watching YouTube, but I have a giant ass headset on my face. Like, it doesn't even do anything different. It's just like a square that has the video on it." And I was like,
I don't think I could
"This is
do
really
anything but play
stupid."
games.
You
I
can
was trying to
watch
see if there's a
3D
way I could
videos
like.
now.
I was trying to find if there's a way I could like stream it to Discord and like join a Discord call while I'm playing like fucking Pavlov or something.
Can you do Half-Life Alyx? Oh, someone added me.
Maybe. Or no,
That's
I
pretty
can't, 'cause that's a Steam game. Meta
Yeah.
Meta has like their own fucking thingy, and it's stupid.
So it's like consoles.
Oh god, it's like consoles, but it's also on PC.
But we return after a day's journey from Westwater. I assume you guys stayed the night so after buying hotel rooms.
Yep.
Joan
And
slept in
thankfully-
the wagon.
Oh, she slept in the wagon. Keeping a lookout. But no more incidents with any errant snipers have happened since then. Thankfully, people keeping a lookout for any light and glint provided by scopes. But you guys continue to travel through the Red Rock canyons and cliffs, and it's not dangerous, but you guys go through some pretty uncomfortable areas, like tight, narrow canyons in which you are kind of just boxed in after a bit, being funneled through. And thankfully, it's still, early enough spring that any errant serpents are still on the ground sleeping. But eventually, after a good, it's a little before noon. It's like about 11:30, according to the members of the party with a watch. You manage to end up where Wilson's map leads to the local Buddhist safe house. And what you find is what looks to be an abandoned mine shaft. Like, you got like knocked over and turned over mine carts and, rails. And a lot of like broken trees outside, like small like trees around like this thick, just kind of like snapped in half.
Interesting. Well,
And then there's of course the nearby mesa with a the mine shaft, the actual mine shaft itself.
Just
So-
just to
Are
confirm,
there
we do know
any-
that we're
No, go
we
ahead.
know that we're going to a Buddhist safe house. I wasn't here for that bit.
That was this guy.
yes, I think you would have told the party.
Yeah.
So this the safe house?
That looks to be the case. I will be honest, it is a little bit unusual, but Um, perhaps that there's supplies or provisions inside. I mean, you don't need much for a monastery. Pretty we're pretty bare bones. We don't need much to sustain ourselves, but let us be careful as we go inside. Hello? Wilson kind of shouts in.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, just there is peering in, like it's not just straight like mine shaft. You do see kind of ending at the light that is provided through the sun. You do see like a door like on the inside. Like
Okay.
kind of just like a ramshackle door. But no response comes from within.
Also, Michael is staying by the wagon, right? He's chilling there. As usual.
Yes.
That's a question.
Unless Joanne said otherwise.
Yeah, I mean he just sits in the wagon when they're riding, watching her ship.
Yeah. And how's the condition? Actually, no, that's my question. Mr. Barrett's condition hasn't not improved. We're getting to that point, right? Okay. So he's still rough, but he's not like dying. He's still kind of in that weird kind of stage.
Okay.
Is
So.
Mr. Smallpox riding with Wilson, or is he just like hoofing it?
Probably riding with me or like next to me in the wagon or something.
In the wagon.
In the wagon.
He's well, where the hell else?
You have a horse.
Wilson can't ride a horse.
Wait, do they have a horse?
Wilson was tagging along in the
Yeah,
with the wagon.
he was riding on
originally.
my horse in the meantime.
Oh yeah, and your horse.
I feel like Joan, knowing that he has smallpox, would probably make him walk.
You can't walk if he's sick. You can't make a sick man walk.
He's not at that stage. He's in that like beginning
Okay.
part of like
There's a
He's
curtain.
not contagious yet.
There's a curtain between the driver's
Yeah.
seat and the back, and Jones
That's
had
fair.
Michael sit up front in the front of the wagon.
Michael's just uncomfortable with it. But he's been more uncomfortable considering that he was gang mates with Steven and Ben, so he's pretty much fine if you just reassure him enough.
Look, if he starts coughing up blood, we're shooting him.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael.
All right, Miss Joanne, you got it, boss.
What was that?
Nothing. I said, if you start coughing up blood, we're gonna find something to shoot you with a syringe.
I don't think syringes have been invented yet.
No, they have.
Okay.
They're giant fucking metal syringes.
But yeah, no.
So
no
we're walking
response,
inside the
please.
door, I guess, in the mine shaft.
So it's like mine shaft, and it's got the little supportive beams, and that one of the supportive beams, you got the door. So it is very rough looking. It is not pretty by any means.
Is it locked?
Are you gonna try the handle? There's no like outward lock on it that you can see.
Yeah, I'll open it.
You open it up, and you see a small corridor, like narrow, because it's still part of the mine shaft, with like a lit lantern on the wall, and someone is sitting cross-legged, facing away from the door, like his back is to you guys.
Is he in? Sorry, go ahead.
He is white with a shorn head, and he's got jeans and a shirt on, nothing else, no boots, no nothing, and he's just kind of just sitting there, cross-legged, looking away.
Is he in lotus position?
Yes.
Is it good lotus position?
It's all right. He's in jeans.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I think Wilson's gonna come in, lean his staff against the door. Hello. Is this the are you the Biku of the safe house in this region?
No response.
It's an honor. Oh.
No, he doesn't say that. Literally, he gives no
Yeah,
response.
Yeah. No response. I think Wilson turns to the others and is like, if he's in a deep enough state of meditation, it's probably not safe to disturb him.
No, I mean, it's all right. Hey, buddy, you with us? Eugene walks by and like kind of not yells, but like loudly says to him.
Joan's gonna cover.
Are you getting into cover?
No, Joan is just gonna like cover her mouth a little bit and look towards Wilson. Do you all wear jeans when you sit like that?
No. I guess I'm more of a traditionalist.
I honestly didn't think you could wear blue jeans.
Yes, I mean, we wear what is the cheapest and most readily available, so if that's jeans, then I don't see why not. We're not a fancy folk by any means.
Oh,
and that,
I thought you wore just like the fabric and the cloths and whatnot, because you don't own anything.
well, we do, but I mean, we still have to own the cloth. So if we own the cloth, we might as well just take offerings of whatever is on hand. And if that happens to be blue jeans, then we're not going to disassemble the blue jeans to make a robe. Might as well wear them.
No response. You guys are yapping, and this guy is still like, nothing affecting him.
Is there any other doors, or is it just the?
Like, you can see lights further down, but you don't know. Like, this was like the only entrance you could find.
Okay, I think we'll try and walk past him.
He has his eyes closed, and he's just kind of sitting there. He's breathing, obviously.
Yeah.
But he is kind of definitely in it.
Yeah. He's in a state of deep meditation. We should wait for him to come out of it. In the meantime, I assume it's perfectly fine to set our belongings down somewhere. I guess I just go through and try and find a sort of room we can set our stuff down in.
Wait, what do you mean leave our belongings? Like everything or
handouts?
No, we just a place to stay for the night.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if they're hospitable like that, I don't see why not. But let's actually find someone first, aside from Mr. Sleepy Guy over there.
We have someone that is, if they're not a especially rich monastery, this may be the only bhikkhu that tends the monastery.
So, I noticed you don't eat a lot. Is that like a money saving thing that you folks do?
Sometimes it is useful for saving money. It is a spiritual practice. It hones my awareness in my faith. But I will not lie, if this gentleman doesn't receive, the culture in the West is not the culture that it is back east in Tibet, where there is a long-standing cultural tradition of giving to monasteries. So I assume if he doesn't have a layperson handler that can secure donations, then he may have to rough it for some time between being given food. It is a difficult life in the West, I will not lie.
Well, all right. I guess I just don't understand. So, is it just a religion of beggars?
Yes, Bhikkhu literally means, let me see. Wilson goes on his smartphone to look up.
He opens his scroll.
Yeah. Yeah, Bhikkhu means beggar or one who lives by alms.
So, is there a connection between you and the goblins of the British Isles?
No, I can't say I've ever
Goblins.
known a goblin or a British person even. So I think that that's very far-fetched.
Yes, the goblins. They live under the bridges and they steal from the passerby with a very strong intent of never working a day in their life.
Um,
They're worse than beggars. They're
uh,
beggar thieves. They're you see they use their illusion magics to portray themselves as these poor little beggar children because they only stand about this tall, and she does like about the height of a child, and they have bright green skin naturally, so they disguise themselves with mud and their illusion magic to appear as small beggar children and receive food and money, just like these what were you Buddhists?
Buddhists, yes.
Buddhists, just like
And
these Buddhists do.
it is not just like these Buddhists do. We are not thieves. We do not steal. That is the entire point of receiving alms. We do not take. And
Sorry, you just take the free things that people give you.
yes, we are not connected to this world. And if you think about a Christian versus a priest, that is equivalent to a lay Buddhist versus a monk. Especially back east in China and Tibet, there are many, many Buddhists who are not monks.
And you're a monk.
I am a monk, yes.
Okay, did you go to monk school?
Yes. I would not call it monk school. I did venture forth, as they say. That is the term of basically going on a pilgrimage. I believe I stopped here. I can't quite remember, but monks do go on pilgrimages, usually across the east, but it was just across America for me, and a stop in Canada or two. I
So
believe
you're
one in
just
Mexico.
like a Christian monk. You're not allowed to touch women. You're not allowed to do anything. The only difference is that you you don't believe in God, or you don't pray to God, and you pray in such strange forms and don't eat and
Something like that. I'm trying to see how I can. Number one is it is a separate tradition that did not develop in the same squares as the Abrahamic religions. In fact, developed many centuries before um, any forms of Christianity did. But something like that. It is much more about letting go of one's desires um, to achieve spiritual enlightenment, to achieve nirvana. Um, there's no real conception of a creator deity in any sense.
right. And you're from Tibet.
No. I'm from New Cairo, Oklahoma.
Okay. And is there a monk school there?
Yes. Well, there's Ergin. He is the only practitioner of Buddhism in New Cairo.
Right.
Didn't you say he died?
He is in a coma right now. I frankly don't know his condition. He may have.
Oh. Well, I guess
Sorry,
another
I
big
just
difference.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I understand that it is a very foreign concept, and I'm sure the Bhikkhu of this safe house would be happy to explain it to you in perhaps terms more suitable that you would understand. But I think we should find at least the cots in this area. I think Wilson's going to do a little bit of exploring to see if there's anybody else here.
Yeah, are there more rooms? Or
There
like,
is more. So going past this little area, you've entered into kind of a larger room. It's still got like all the supports of a mine shaft, but it is like instead of like stone, it's like kind of open with just kind of pillars, and it's just kind of an everything room. There's a small like campfire, or with like a little pot. Something's in it. There's a few cots. And bookshelves and kind of like scrolls. There's also some other things, like there's like these wooden posts that aren't like supportive posts, but they kind of have like little arms to them. Like it's like a wooden post. It's got like rope tied around it, and there's like a couple arms off of it. Some of which are kind of like snapped in half. There's
Wait.
like bags of
Wait.
sand.
No, this is for kung fu training.
Is this out loud?
Enlightened. My nemesis. Sorry, continue.
But yeah, it's just, again, if Buddhists did live here, very likely there's not much extra stuff here. There is like a couple old kind of dusty pickaxes and other equipment like mining hats and stuff around. And then that, if you go further down, it just leads into like actual mine shaft, and beyond that, it's just mine shafts.
Bags of sand? Why would they keep that in a mine?
Well, it is practical to have in a mine setting.
Yeah, you feed the worms.
Right, yeah.
What? Maybe. Or it does seem like this could be some sparring equipment if they are a practitioner of the martial arts, which some monks are, especially in China. You may have heard of the Shaolin school.
Heard, I've seen you, how you beat up those bad guys.
I'm not a warrior monk. I just have a stick and hit people with it. I do not practice kung fu.
Just like the goblin.
Who's up there stumbling about in the dark? You hear someone coming back further in the mine. His voice, it sounds odd.
Okay.
It like a lot of the words, not like, it just doesn't sound right, and it's very loud. Like, he's obviously yelling, but it's a little bit louder than one would like call out for.
Okay. Wilson responds, yeah, let's see. He does the Anjali Mudra where he like, he bows, like presses his hands in front of his chest and bows, and he says, hello, I'm Bhikkhu Lodrothe from New Cairo, Oklahoma. I'm Ergin's disciple. I've come for the safe house.
He like walks in, and he kind of has this form to him. He's like kind of low to the ground and kind of like doing a weird crawl.
The goblins.
And he has his like fists up, but the moment you bow, he gets up and he bows, but instead of like this, he kind of goes like that, just kind of forward. Oh, sorry. And he doesn't really. It takes him a second to respond to you after like kind of looking at you, and he kind of speaks kind of. I'm trying to find a good way to put it, like bluntly, but not like personality type bluntly, but like literally like it just sounds blunt as he speaks.
Do I think he has some sort of like intellectual disability or?
Do you want to give me like a medicine roll?
Yeah, sure. Roll for psychiatry.
Roll to diagnose with autism.
Okay, 9.
This is my
9
collection
for
of trains.
autism.
Yeah, 9. Do you want to chip that?
No.
Not developmentally disabled.
Just very
but
isolated for a
hearing.
Oh, hard of
What?
hearing. Okay.
Oh.
And the way you can tell by the way he speaks, and also the fact that he didn't respond to your voice like back then. The fact that he was like reading your mouth. His eyes were focused at your mouth when you were speaking.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. What brings you by here? I thought I was waiting for some other folk.
Oh, no, Wilson exaggerates his mouth. No worries. I'm a Buddhist. I'm not sure if you are as well, or merely were tasked to operate the safe house. I assume that gentleman in the corridor is a bhikkhu?
No, that's the guy.
Oh, that's him? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he just
came back. Yeah.
Okay. It's very good to meet you. Are you a bhikkhu? You're a practitioner of the Dharma?
No, sir. That would be my Sifu, but he's long since passed.
Oh, I'm very sorry for your loss.
Who's
Yeah.
the Sifu?
He doesn't actually respond to you because he's not looking in your direction. He's focused on Wilson.
I assume you are a practitioner of the martial arts?
I think.
Yes, you'd be correct.
The type of goblin.
No. Sifu means no. Sifu means master, typically in the martial arts context.
Master goblin.
Please
Why,
forgive.
can you not cover your mouth? That's like my only way of like understanding you guys.
No worries. I'm sorry. Are you deaf?
Yeah, I used to work the railroads when I was younger. I listened to like a lot of like hammering and pickaxing and like explosions, and the doctor said that's not good for me. I went. I can't really hear that well at all, actually.
No worries.
I just kind of hear like a, that's the only thing I hear in here. Are y'all Buddhists?
I am a Buddhist. Yes. These people are not.
We're just tagging along with this guy.
I have a question, Ben. Since
No,
since
Ben's
this
not
is
here. Yeah.
or,
Out of character?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of character. If this is a mechanical injury to his ear, could lay on hands cure it?
It is like a long past thing. And I think there's a separate one for that.
Well, you see, Oak, the golden hour has long passed.
Well, no, lay on hands doesn't work with the
lay on hands
golden
doesn't
hour.
work. It's one of those things that it's kind of already healed as is. It's not like directly damaged. That's just kind of who he is right now.
Okay.
Not to say that's kind of also my reasoning if you try and heal a person like in a wheelchair. Like it depends. It depends on the situation, but yeah.
Yeah, you're not Jesus. Not yet.
Okay.
Goodbye, leprosy.
That's me. That's my job.
Well, there's cots for you. There's no one else here, so you can take whichever one you want. There's Safki on the pod over there, but
Safki?
yeah, it's like grits, like corn, but it's like kind of sour. It's what the natives drink in Arkansas.
Are you from Arkansas?
Yeah. No, I'm from Missouri originally, and then I got caught up in a life of crime. You don't want to know about this. It's not really that interesting. But anyways, discipline builds a person.
And
I think,
what this person's name might be.
Yeah, what's your name, sir?
I'm Davey.
Davey, nice to meet you.
Davey.
You can call me Wilson.
Nice to meet you, Wilson.
Michael and I are gonna go get some food because that looks awful.
Okay, that's
okay.
within your
That's your opinion, ma'am. Neat.
There's quite a taste to it if you get used to it.
But yeah, I'm grateful for that. But
yes. Now that we are here, I will ask on his behalf if you all do have any donations. These places do thrive off of the kindness of others and the people that can work for a living.
Oh, what do you? Well, we got like books, and you can like use anything you find here. Really, I mean, I work. I'm not like that. My Sifu was more like that.
What was his name?
Huan Li.
Do I know Huan Li?
You heard of him.
Heard?
Like, your master to you definitely spoke about him. Apparently he was pretty good with the traditional medicinal arts.
Oh.
So.
Yes, may I was actually looking for I will not lie. I was looking for more of a Buddhist to converse with, but did he have any scrolls that he left behind?
Yeah, there's like plenty back there. I mean, I read some of them, the ones with the both spiritual and physical in nature, but some of the ones get a little too spiritual for my liking.
Of course, I very much appreciate it. And if you would like to know more about Buddhism, it is like on these types of ventures, it is custom to me to offer to teach the Dharma if you would like to receive it.
I wouldn't feel comfortable considering that all that I would have wanted to learn and would love to learn has since been turned to ashes and spread about.
What do you mean? Oh, him. I'm your master. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yeah. It's kind of silly, but he taught me not just hitting things really hard, but also healing things really hard. Also taught me the tricks of his trade. Um, Shame I couldn't help him though. So.
What I'm not an attached man, but I can relate in perhaps very uniquely relate to your situation. They even though they are not like other folk in America, they become our fathers in unique ways. Because my father was blind, Ergian became my father in a unique way. So I do not think it's your fault that Juan Lee passed away. If you would like to be reconnected with the network of Buddhists and receive more training, perhaps in the martial arts, I can ask around after I reconnect with another safe house. If you'd like to, receive another Sifu.
I think it's best I stay here. Well, not a lot, but a couple folks like you pass by. And I kind of gotta keep this thing operated for them, so I'm just gonna remain here until I'm no longer needed.
That is especially kind of you. The Buddha smiles on you, and as do I.
Thank you. But take what you want.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Davey. Yeah, if you don't mind me asking, how did he die?
He came down with something awful. Black boils and whatnot. Didn't look like the plague, but
on his temples.
Of it. Yeah.
I was afraid of that. That's what Ergin has. Did he complain of nightmares? Sort of doomsaying generally? Kind of.
Oh yeah. A lot of that. He talked about the Shi Yao. It's Yaoguais, spirits. Black snakes who bring about death and warrant destruction.
Joan was like almost out the door, ready to go hunting, and she spins on her heel and walks back. Spirits.
Yeah,
yes,
Yaogwai.
Do liberate me. What does that mean?
It's kind of like spirits. Like, there's the good ones and then there's the bad ones. Kind of like they like to pull tricks on you, like kind of like goblins almost.
Yes, just like the goblins.
Or demons. It is a general purpose.
Demons aren't real.
I mean,
get with the times.
I am literally a Buddhist.
That is a Christian myth.
Okay.
I mean, there's some bad ones, but they mainly like to trick you, like, switching your shoes around. But yeah, no, some are like causing plagues upon the people who probably don't need plagues. It kind of sucks, but that's just kind of how they operate.
Oh. Causing plagues?
What did you say was the name of those snakes?
Xiao. And he kind of makes symbols in the dirt. None of you really recognize. Well,
Is it Chinese?
yeah, it's Chinese.
Okay.
What does
There you
this
go.
mean?
It's sort of a translation issue. It is simply like demons, evil spirits, good spirits, general purpose amongst religions, but there is, Ergin did of course speak of, you know, the servants of Yama and his own, you know, in the Tibetan Buddhist religion, malevolent spirits. Sorry, this is just some bad memories of some uncertain times.
Does this have any connection to Yggdrasil, the world-eating serpent?
No, no. It's its own thing, its own
Are
religion.
you sure? Is there no connection between the Greece Yggdrasil, the world-eating serpent, and these snakes from China?
This is a deep religious tradition with hundreds of years of doctrine, very
Are you
separate.
from the District of Columbia, ma'am?
I'm from near there. Why?
Oh, those folks kind of talk funny, you know, with their policies and whatnot, and like their lawmaking. They just kind of make funny words up. So I thought you were like a politician or something.
Sadly, not. I think in a different timeline where I didn't get drummed into the military and learn only how to kill. I think maybe I learned how to kill people with my words. But
Well,
thankfully, I didn't make a
There's some
pact with any
ancient techniques
poltergeist.
I heard about that one. I don't know them. I'd have to move all the way to China for those, but I bet you can learn how to kill people with your words soon, ma'am.
Hopefully,
Through
She gives a-
discipline and hard work.
she smiles.
He just smiles
Well.
back.
Anyways, those spirits. Are there any here?
I don't know. I just thought they were kind of, well, metaphorical to a degree. Like, I know they're kind of real, but it's kind of like, you know, you hear about things, and it doesn't really happen until it happens to you. So, I thought it was just
Right.
like a metaphor.
No,
It
spirits
is-
are very real. Here, I'll show you. And she shows the blurry Polaroid with the blue wisp on it. Or not the Polaroid, but the the blurry
Yeah.
fucking steel press with the wisp on it.
I mean, yeah, that could be one. I mean, we got some books if you want to read those. Yeah, I mean, you know, through anything's possible at this point. You know,
How
one
much to read
I'm
the
just
books?
hammering down like railroad spikes. Another, I'm snapping a man's spine in half with my bare hands. He was bad. He was very bad. But it was necessary.
How much to read the books?
It's free. You know, they're for anyone. Just, you know, make sure you know, either keep them here, or if you take one with you, you might want to leave something back. It's kind of like a, you know, whatever you want type situation.
it's how all establishments should be.
Joan's
is
gonna Joan's gonna lean into you or to Wilson. So how much should I pay? I don't really understand this.
If you would like to leave a donation to Davy for maintaining the safe house, you can do that separately. This is a religious practice of freedom of information, you may call it, like a library.
Do you want to just give you the checkbook and then you can write down the number?
I cannot do that.
Can you
However,
not give me a price?
there's not a price. You can make a donation of maybe $20.
Thank you. I don't know why it's so hard for you Buddhists just to tell me how much something costs. God.
Nothing
All right,
costs anything.
I'll be back with $20. God,
Yeah.
take my money.
My Sifu was like that. I get that.
I
Yeah, he just didn't take things, which is weird because he kind of like worked with us because he was like working on the railroad with us, but he didn't like get paid. He just kind of like people who got hurt, like working the railroad, he would help, and he wouldn't accept payment. To be fair, I had nothing to pay him with to begin with, but he was really nice, and my dad kind of died working mines, and my mom kind of also died. So, but he kind of took me in. That's pretty cool.
he sounds wonderful.
Oh yeah, he was. I miss him every day.
Well, don't mind Joanne there. She's got a pretty set in stone principle. But you know what? As I've seen with Wilson and this, it seemed like a worthy cause. So here you go. And Eugene's gonna pull out like a tenner or something.
Holy
And-
moly! he bounced to you. Thank you. It is appreciated. I'll make sure to make a stop in town to get more supplies. Thankfully, since not a lot of people come by here, we got a lot. You won't be finding any other safe houses really here in Deseret.
Yeah, people got their own religion around here that they follow, so that's
Yeah,
exciting.
the Mormons just to kind of let them be. They've been through enough already.
Well, I will. I do have some things to research, so I will go consult the scrolls. If you need anything, Davy, please do ask. Especially in the terms of healing sickness, or if you've come down with anything.
No, I'm quite alright. My body has built up fortitude. Did you know I broke my hand and it
Oh.
heals itself stronger? That's what happens.
That is how bones work.
Yeah, I punched a bunch of trees outside.
Oh, I saw that.
Knocking them down.
That's interesting. I'm not really. There is a very deep spiritual tradition outside of just punching things.
Oh, no, I know. It's just I don't want to bore you guys with that. I kind of deal with a lot of folk because there's some folks who want to make a claim here, and I gotta tell them the mine's all dried up. If you wanted, kind of a different approach of things, my hearing's not good. I'm not gonna.
It's
go
not.
on.
It's not this. It's not boring.
No,
it means a lot to me.
A lot of I know. I'm not really good with that, kind of emotional stuff.
I'm not emotional, but thank you. I will consult the scrolls. I very much appreciate it, Davey.
Yeah.
Wilson takes a moment to center himself. Okay.
I wanted to go wrangle up Michael and go hunting. Sorry, I thought you were done with my bad.
No, you're good. Eugene, if you did want to look at the scrolls, I can help translate things for you.
I can too. I can read Chinese and speak it too.
I know. You could say I know religious Tibetan and Sanskrit. What?
Yeah. Davey just starts speaking perfect Chinese.
What?
No.
That's amazing.
It's
No,
not
wait.
John Cena. He just
No, I
starts
was trying to get the clip. I was trying to get the clip. Oh my god.
Josh,
it's he's speaking Chinese. He's speaking fluent Chinese.
Damn.
Although it has kind of his tone of voice where it sounds kind of stupid, but he's getting inflections and stuff.
Nice.
Why do you look surprised?
It's just unique to see someone white practiced in another language like that. I mean, it is not a bias that I hold, but it is a bias that some hold.
Yeah. But if you really want to, get some good reading material, there's Shan Fan. That's out in California, and that's mainly folks you would run into. I do hear that there's a pretty big library in Deseret. They got a big one, not Deseret, Salt Lake. They got a big one. So never been there myself, but I heard about it. It's apparently pretty big.
Sounds
like at least
interesting.
2 stories. That's pretty big.
Sounds
Like at least
interesting.
2 stories. That's pretty big. Or 2 floors. That's pretty big.
I can't even conceive of that.
I know.
You ever
but-
been to Salt Lake? Actually,
Me? No. Let's see. Hold on. Let's follow the fucking path of Davy's travels. Now I worked on the Union Blue Railroad. I kind of stopped when we hit like the Utah, Denver line to fully practice on my arts.
all right. Well, me and the crew are heading there, so figured if there's anything good to look for in there, like the library.
Yeah, no, that's just kind of what I heard, and you can talk to more people who might have been there. So I heard it's pretty big, so you might want to get a guide. But other than that, I don't know. I don't get into the politics of the region. Anyways, let's read some books.
Yay!
So
Yeah, with how you speak Chinese, I figure, you could really kill someone with that.
With
speaking.
speaking or with martial arts?
With speaking, haven't he said that you can do that over in China?
Yeah,
Learn to do that?
I heard.
There are curses, but that's more than just speaking. But anyway, yes, we should do some reading.
So he's gonna help you, especially translate because a few are in like kind of that traditional Tibetan that you can like understand, but a lot are in either English or Chinese.
Mhm.
So it'll probably be like I don't know what a dialect, but as you guys are doing that, Joanne is going hunting. All right. Give me a second. I dropped a dice. So, wanna roll me tracking to pick up on a trail?
Wait, what? Oh, for
Joanne's
hunting.
hunting. Yeah. I can't hear you right now.
Sorry, I forgot I have my headset muted. Am I rolling for me and Chaser?
Yeah.
Yippee!
Because you're
Alright,
like checking
tracking.
for tracks and he's sniffing about.
Yeah, and then Michael's coming with me.
You're gonna teach him the tricks of the trade.
No, he's watching Joan's ass. Watch out for snipers, Michael. Okay. Chaser.
No, it explodes.
Okay, so Chaser got a 12, and then Joan got. Oh wow!
Holy moly!
And then Joan got a 15.
15. Well, you both are pretty hot on a trail. So you are able to track down and trudge through, all of the kind of the occasional spattering of sagebrush. And you eventually find a small desert bighorn ram. So very, very kind of similar to the Rocky Mountain bighorn ram that you saw earlier or hunted earlier. Different coloration, and its horns are a little different. The only issue is you're kind of on like a sucky position. You could still shoot from this, but you could definitely see a better position. If you go up a little bit of the mesa. So
Is there a slope up there? Or I gotta like climb.
it's like a little bit of a slope.
Okay.
So do you want to shoot from this? You can shoot from this place and get a little bit of a penalty, or you can try and get up there.
Joan's gonna try and reposition, telling Michael to stay back a bit and just keep an eye out for snipers.
Okay. Would you like to roll me nimbleness? Because it's not steep that you need climbing, but it is just kind of like loose in some terms. Yeah.
Oh boy. I'm using a red,
Word.
just in case.
Word. And also, thank you. All right. You manage to scramble up, and you narrowly avoid a small little. There's like a little bit of a hole, that you avoided, sticking your leg in. Inside, you can see scales and a certain diamond pattern, just narrowly avoiding sticking your leg in that thing. But you managed to scramble up onto a better position, kind of on a little bit of a little bit of a patch of it's like flat ground. You can get a +1 to your roll.
All right, and Joan's gonna take the shot, aiming for the heart.
And for the art, all right, that's like a plus a lot because of you're sitting there looking at it.
Yes, so that's a +6, which cancels out the -6 for aiming for the heart. So it's just a +1.
Okay, roll shooting for old time's sake. 12 explodes. All right.
18 to the heart.
Yeah, it's dead. It just falls over. And it's a clean shot too, although like the front end looks really clean. The back end, you know how it kind of the force works, yeah. But other than that, you got a whole ass fucking desert bighorn ram.
All right, Michael, you want to help me carry this back?
Sure thing, boss.
All righty.
All right.
You like
So.
stew?
God, you know it.
Perfect. And she's gonna carry that back.
Boots, you know. But yeah, you guys do manage to take it back as and both the hunting trip, it takes a bit. It's not like you found it right outside, but it's probably enough time that passed that the people researching the ancient Buddhist arts probably found some development in their research.
Okay.
So you were obviously
What
looking
do
for
we
what you
see?
were looking for.
Yeah, I was looking for anything about the treatment of disease through like spiritual means.
Yes. You.
Right now, you grab my other hand.
But
Are you on camera?
you certainly find that, and it's
We're on camera,
pretty
so it's just-
well
Right.
due to the fact that Juan Lee was apparently
I can turn it off with the other kid.
since Han Lee definitely was a healer of sorts. You found a lot on the information actually, so it wasn't that hard for you. And you find tidbits and stuff about martial arts. Nothing that you can actually glean and practice, but enough to just kind of understand how they operate. Apparently, Huan Li was well versed in the Shaolin animal style of the monkey.
Interesting.
So like a lot of low crouched movements and kind of looking funny to like cause people to underestimate you. It's very interesting. It's very intriguing, but you're mainly here for the medicine, to which that was really easy to find.
Okay, cool. So we have that. I guess Wilson would also look for any like scriptures that he wasn't privy to. He's kind of in like a hard place spiritually, so not finding an actual Buddhist kind of like was hard on him. So he's looking for I guess anything from Huan Li about like actual practice and stuff.
You do find stuff, although it is a little outside your comfort zone, because obviously it's from
Like
kind of a different.
Chinese.
Yeah, it's definitely a different style. There's a lot of similarities, and there's some nice simplicity to it. It's not as intense, and there's some like extra little parts. Like obviously, talk about the Yao Guai was very intriguing. So. But you're able to just kind of get some reassurance. It is still pretty hard though on you. So, but yeah, that's as much as you can glean from those stack of books.
Okay. Wilson's gonna clear out a space to meditate, and I'm gonna start like actually learning Panacea.
Right.
Or I guess finish learning Panacea, like doing the blessed
Yeah.
stuff. Wilson clears out a space, puts up some incense, and just starts praying.
It's nice because you had a lot of that stuff actually provided for you here.
Oh.
Some nice there's some like nice like kind of prayer rugs.
Oh, nice.
So, but
Yeah.
It is obviously a
stuck
Buddhist
one
safe house.
Yeah.
You got your amenities that's necessary.
Wilson seems a little bit more at home than he has at other places, like meditating. Very much in the zone.
Yeah, so it's quite easy for you to find that special place in your heart and really focus on it. What has Eugene been doing, by the way?
Well, there's not really much he can do around here. But you could look through the English books to see if you can find anything about the riddle of the Maitreya and like how it correlates to him, since that's what Wilson's been saying a lot. He's kind of like got no karma, no nothing about him. He's like out of the zone. So I'll try to see if I can find anything about that in the books.
Yeah, and also Davey will help you translate like the Chinese ones for your help. And not a whole bunch because it is like a slightly different branch with slightly different things. But a lot of it doesn't point to being say the word oak, say the M word.
Maitreya?
Maitreya. Yeah. A lot of it points to something a little darker. Not the fact that you have like a 0 net karma load, but it's starting to look like you have a massive bad karma load.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's something just weighing upon you that's just not good. And although it's very rare for karma to be passed on, from sins of the father style, there has been some alleged like theories about it. So, but that's as much as you can truly glean from this.
All right.
Something's wrong, as Wilson has been alluding to before also. So, but yeah, that is the day will turn to night. Joanne comes back with a successful hunt, a desert bighorn. It's quite impressive. It's like a trophy. And you, Oak, now have Panacea at the cost of 5 bounty points. Did you already pay for the bounty points, or do I need to take them off?
Yeah, I think I did. I have 8 now, so.
Okay.
Oh, going to a Buddhist sanctuary and then killing an animal. Very thematic.
Joe doesn't fucking know.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. But yeah. Well, I guess we did it then. That was simpler than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Yippee!
You weren't wrong with the sending the fucking Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, I don't know what happens here.
Like, oh god.
And it was the Chinese Buddhism too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you learn anything about spirits? Jones trying to not like geek out and like beg for information.
Not anything in your wheelhouse that would provide new information to you, unfortunately.
I'm starting to really think that I'm wasting my time out here.
With looking for goblins?
Anything. I feel like I'm going crazy. So far, all I've seen is a fucking ghost and a fucking mountain lion.
You don't think that it was a
lion
chimera?
that could speak English?
I don't get it.
Don't get what?
Any of this. Like, what happened in the Rocky Mountains? What happened to my husband? Any of this. I don't get it.
Joan, how did your husband die?
I don't know. I don't know. They told me he got taken down in a sinkhole. We owned a farm in Kansas. There's not sinkholes like that in Kansas.
Did you say there was a ghost that took him or something like that?
No, the ghost was in the mountains, and I'm starting to think it wasn't even real. I'm starting to think that this picture is fake, that all of this is fake, and that I don't even know where I am. I don't even know if my name's really Joan. I don't know if I really even had a husband, because I can barely even remember anything after my husband died until I met you folks. There's a big chunk of time between when I was forced to sign all these papers and I met these strange men who came to my farm. And then before I knew it, I was in the Rocky Mountains and a ghost was attacking me. And then I met you folks and now I'm here in fucking Utah. Why am I in Utah?
Joan, I know that grief can set heavy on people, and I won't deny that there's a spiritual element to what you're experiencing. In fact, I think it's likely. But yeah, there's not much that can be said about grief. I mean, if you would like a Buddhist answer, I can give you a Buddhist answer. But
Sure. I'll take anything at this point. I feel
It's
like
not
God's
very-
left me, so I'll take whatever the Buddhist God has for me.
probably not very reassuring. It wasn't really for me. Well, I mean, there's elements to where your husband is not really dead. He's just passed on to another body, reincarnated somewhere. It's actually interesting because in typical religions, it is reassuring to be reborn, but in Buddhism, that is the worst fate is being reborn, having an afterlife. We long to not have an afterlife, but your husband merely lost what you could recognize him as. The body that you cherished has gone, and his essence is somewhere else. And I think that the Buddha would say that you harbor pain because you wish that he was still here. And you will relieve that pain by accepting that he's somewhere else now.
I wish I had the chance to bury him. I was out tending to the farm one day and he just disappeared. Anyways, you guys like stew?
No
Oh,
response from Davey. He is in meditation right now.
Yeah, stews good. And I'll just pat Davy like on the shoulder.
He looks over at you.
Hungry? We got some stew.
Yeah, I've been in a deficit of food. What?
Oh, we got some fresh.
Davey,
Joanne went down hunting.
you were able to buy food, like friends at a market or from
Yeah,
travelers?
I mean I have to walk. Sometimes there's trading caravans that come through. Some, white folk, sometimes native.
Yeah. Here doesn't mean anything to me anymore. And she passes over $100 bill to Davey.
He looks at it and he's just speechless. You definitely see him like trying to come up with a few words, but eventually he just settles on bowing to you. You're a good person, ma'am. I hope you'll be able to find your path.
I hope so too.
Well, just know that there is one. Everyone's got a path. Just don't be too fatalistic about it.
You folks got any bowls around here?
Oh yeah, we got plenty.
Good.
He will fetch the fine dishery. It is very basic. It's just like clay bowls and whatnot. And wooden spoons. Forks are starting to get a little popular, but only spoons. but you guys will sit down for a nice hearty meal. Doing okay, Oak?
Yeah, I think I'll be right back. I think I forgot to take some of my meds.
Okay, go do that.
This is just like Dream.
So what the?
This is normal.
Now recording.
Marshall, since Joanne has left the campaign, can we all have her chips?
No, you fucking you creatures. Joanne might return someday, so she gets to keep her chips.
Oh my god, bird in the flesh, live. I'm waiting back.
I'm eating toast.
Oak is not even doing the Oak bit.
Yes, where's the...
Yeah, you're
where's
eating
the
your
host?
toast. Okay.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 8. Never mind, it's not. Sorry, that's what I get for intruding on your domain.
What are you drinking in a fucking
American?
Heineken's glass?
Mountain Dew? Piss?
Is that water? Is that like yellow water?
Lipton.
Lipton.
I love Lipton. You can kill me, but I'll still be drinking it.
What's
All
rough,
right.
lover boy?
Oh, this is rough. Ooh. You guys awake back at the Buddhist safe house in the old mine shaft, and as you get your bearings, you had a good night's sleep without constantly looking over your shoulder, taking shifts. You wake up to find someone has left your posse. In fact, a couple people. You do not see Joanne, or Michael anywhere, or not even Chaser.
Wait, what? Wait, Eugene looks shocked when he doesn't see them. He runs outside.
You run outside.
Oh yeah, I'm going to follow suit.
You
No, we
see
don't.
on the
Yeah,
ground
No.
Whatever you're about to say.
Not a dead body of John.
You see your saddlebags, Eugene, with a photograph atop it and a note, not written, a note made of old newspaper clippings, writing out the letter, and it reads as follows. And the picture. Did I say picture? There's a picture, like a photograph.
Yeah.
The photograph is of her and Chaser, of Joanne and Chaser. Nothing fancy. They're literally just standing right out. It's a picture of them right outside of the mine shaft. And their letter reads as follows: Dear traveling associates, I have wasted my time with the three of you. I have more questions than answers, and find myself being ripped at the very seams of my mind. I am leaving, taking with me Michael, Chaser, and my wagon. I wish the three of you the best and hope sometime we may meet again. Until then, I'm going to search for answers and uncover the very nature of my husband's death. I will mail a letter to Salt Lake City in a week's time, assuming I find a post office. Please watch for the worms, werewolves, and especially keep an eye out for any jackalopes. I have left you a picture to prove I was no ghost or apparition.
Can you post that letter?
Yeah.
I will document it.
There you go. But that is all that remains of your old traveling partner, Joanne Palmer.
Eugene looks relieved when he sees the saddlebags and the letter, but still lets out like a sigh. It's
I
can't say this is
would say I
unexpected, but it's
disagree.
sad to see
This
her go.
seems like where her heart and fate was guiding her, and I wish the best on her journey. It seemed like that she was suffering staying in our company. I don't think that our intentions were aligned.
No, I mean, it's good for
and
her,
without,
but
not to say that
we'll have to make
I
do
value
without
it,
a
but
tracker
the
now.
money that she possessed is rather useful, and I'm afraid we're without now.
Well, speaking of the money, I've already told you that I'm
Americans
not exactly the
Americans not
American
an ethnicity, but continue.
and Nair is probably wondering. But I have another secret. Head, rather. He flips out the saddlebag tops, revealing, laid, almost bursting out of
Are you a
there,
Mormon?
Deseret dollars. God, no. I just just happened to be in possession of an ordinary amount of funds at my side. I've exchanged them at the bank before we left Westwater.
You are.
That's how
you are
I was able to
burdened.
afford
I
Nair's new
do not envy
fancy
you.
toy.
This is extravagant.
I see. Where does the money come from?
Well, as sad I am to say, I am unemployed. This is my
your inheritance.
familiar money, so to say. My heritage is of blue blood, and my parents, as I said, are in the military. They happen to stumble upon enough money, so to speak, in their lives.
I'm sorry, are you fucking Romanov?
What? Romanov? Oh no, my lineage is another one, much less grander. I am of the Boyarov line.
It's not really quite blue blood, more so like purple tinged.
Hey now, no insults, all right? But to be fair, I have been lowering myself
If
to
I may ask,
the common folk
what
for
is your
quite a while,
true
and
first name?
quite successfully, dare I say so.
Is it that close?
No, it's quite close to Eugen. It's Yevgeny. I've read that they come from the same origin. It's like how Ivan and John are practically the same thing. Yeah. For example, you have John Smith, and we have Ivan Kuznetsov. Yeah.
This is interesting.
See, and you didn't even have to learn Russian.
I will be honest that my opinion towards you has not changed. But thank you for being transparent with us, Mr. Sorry, I forgot it. Eugene.
Just call me Eugene. It's though you I trust enough to reveal all of this, I would still prefer that we kept my identity.
Now, if you don't,
the previous one,
if you would excuse me, I need to tend to Barrett. We've not done the ritual, right? Oh, No! Our token girl!
Nope.
How are we gonna get this on TV now? Audiences need a girl. Our ratings!
Oh no.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to a
No,
new
our ratings.
episode of Deadlands where the economy is in shambles. Our ratings are tanking. We lost a party member. Eugene is Russian.
Then we
Eugene
lost
wasted
another
money
one.
on hiring somebody that immediately left.
Well,
Did you count
hey,
the cash?
I said that I'd pay him when we part ways, and he left without
he
my
take
knowledge,
it?
so I didn't give him any cash.
I saw the glint in Dub's eye.
That's a good idea. I'll actually check if it's all there.
All right. Roll me academia
Roll for a
mathematics
cash cow.
to get your
What?
money. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's all there. It's all there. You count through it, and it doesn't look thumbed through at all. It just looks like he up and left.
That's good.
But to go on, poor Aaron. The others seem to stir. Davy has woken up. And he hasn't really talked to you guys yet, but he is outside, just in his jeans and shirt, and you see him starting to practice these odd punches. Like you see him kind of move and roll and tumble, and he's just kind of all kind of curled up, and he throws a few punches and does a little roll and is doing some weird jumps. It is quite interesting to say the least, but he's just kind of off in his own little world practicing. And meanwhile, Barrett is definitely getting a little worse. He now has a fever to him, and he's just laying there on his bedroll, or whatever was supplied by Davy, a little cot. And he's just kind of not really all too there. It's definitely looked like the sickness is sinking in a bit more.
Yes.
So, Wilson, since John left, we won't exactly
It's
be able
okay,
to
If all goes
let
well,
Barrett rest in her
we will
wagon.
not need to. I have. We have the scrolls here, thankfully. Wilson basically lifts up a huge roll of scrolls. The panaceatude is should be enough to cure Barrett of his ailment. And Wilson actually unfurls a large kind of tapestry with this very actually I'll provide a reference image. Hold on. It's the view of this palace from above, and it has the Buddha in the center with all these crazy designs and very beautiful. Although I imagine some of it would probably be in Chinese rather than Tibetan. Although I'm sure that there's some Pali or stuff. But yeah, basically Wilson is going to unfurl the mat and lay Barrett beside it, and have him focus his attention on it as much as he can. And Wilson is going to sit to the side of him, holding his beads, and try and invoke Panacea. Yeah.
All
Let's see. Let's say we have.
So have you eaten already? Yeah. All right. So you can roll me Panacea at a -1
Faith
for
Methodist. Yeah.
Barrett's
Ooh, that's actually not very good.
Methodist background.
Oh fuck. Well, actually, I think that just makes it. What is Panacea again? Is that 7? Yeah.
For a normal disease, or like a hold on.
Okay.
I have my book right here. I think that should be. I think it's 5 for a normal disease.
Okay. Cool.
Let me just check. Normal disease, cholera, typhoid, etc. 5. Yeah. You do your chants, your mantras and whatnot, and he focuses very intensely upon the image prescribed by you. And it takes. I think it takes like a minute or so, a little bit of time, but slowly and surely you start to see the little like red markings begin to fade, and him like flutter his eyes, becoming more lucid, and eventually, at the end of the whole ordeal, he looks good as new. He
Wilson,
looks like he no longer
smiles,
has
genuinely smiles.
the beginning
like,
stages
looks
of smallpox.
relieved, genuinely for the first time, probably. Our savior, the Buddha, prescribed an end to suffering, not to pain, but thankfully there are exceptions. How are you feeling, Barrett? Oh yes, you will need to get plenty of rest.
I feel good. I just feel a little tired after.
And Wilson hands him some water and some herbs to ingest along with the water, and a little like ramekin kind of thing. Yes, I'm very relieved that the Buddha smiles upon you. You, frankly, I think that it was a travesty that someone as genuinely compassionate as you would be allowed to suffer like this. And your next steps are to be as you wish, but as I think that you still have a target on your back, I would recommend staying with us.
Yeah. Huh? Well, it sounds like y'all are headed to Provo anyway. So once we get there, I think I can lay low enough, and
All right.
after a while, just go back to.
You actually see
working
like
at the
a
grocery.
little, like glint of a frown in Wilson's eye, but he nods. I'm happy to get you that far, and if you don't mind, I will. I think I may have myself to tend to. Exposure to your condition may have infected me as well, so I may need to see if I need to be liberated from my condition as well. If there's nothing else I'm needed for, I will retire to my studying. And the Buddha be with you.
All right. Well, God be with you. Now, here is the question of a lifetime.
Is Wilson suffering? No, he's not suffering.
Suffering.
Does he have? I thought, is it
smallpox?
smallpox? I thought it was. It is smallpox. Okay. I think Wilson's gonna roll to diagnose himself.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Roll for WebMD. Well, roll for self-diagnosis. Oh fuck. My vigor actually isn't.
Yeah, actually, I need you to
okay.
roll me vigor
I
real
see
quick
how
for
it
me,
is.
and then you can roll self-diagnosis.
Let's see. Thank you, Ted. Wilson's vigor is not amazing by any means. 7. Yep.
I mean, that's like a pretty standard vigor. You sticking with 7? So far, do you like? I'm not gonna make you roll to diagnose yourself because there's just obvious kind of signs as you look yourself over. You cannot tell that you are, if you are or aren't. If you are,
Could I
it
be
hasn't
asymptomatic
showed
if
itself
I'm
yet,
still
and if you
contagious,
aren't,
or will I be
well,
able to tell before
you
I'm
wouldn't know.
contagious? Because you said that Barrett was very symptomatic, but still not
let me
contagious.
search that up.
And I'd be able to tell before that.
Yeah, it takes a bit for it to like. You have to reach the actual pox phase of it to be
Okay.
contagious. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No,
Well,
that would take a
I
few
think that
weeks.
I'll leave it alone
but for you
now.
to reach the stage that you are
I'm not
pox
going
and
to overtax the
contagious.
Buddha. He's done enough.
Okay. Is there anything, Aaron, you'd like to do while you're still at the safe house? You guys are planning on traveling here soon.
Oh, okay.
No, Aaron's
No.
in the Twitch chat. No, you
Also,
got nothing.
Aaron, I do have a question. Eugene's big saddlebags of money need someone to carry them. Does Nair's horse have a lot of weight on it already? Yes.
No, but there's yes to respond to you.
Oh. No. Okay, so are you okay if Eugene places his big money bags onto Nair's stolen horse?
I like how you put that.
She has just herself and her backpack sheet. Okay. Well, it's just 2 saddlebags, so it's not too big.
Warily accept it.
Don't tell me she will require payment like Michael. Well, nobody's gonna know that there's money inside, right?
But her horse is speedy.
Yeah, I mean, nothing stops you from just unzipping the saddlebags when a chase is about to start. Like if you're running after a sniper.
But here is the ultimate question. With our friend now cured of his ailments. Oh yeah, Aaron, to update you on when you were gone, Barrett was cured via classic Wilson Buddha shenanigans. So, but my question to you guys is, how do you plan on traveling without the wagon?
Yeah, probably.
Are we going classic mode with the Wilson riding with Eugene method?
With Nair.
And as
he
for
doesn't
Barrett,
have smallpox anymore.
Where shall he ride?
Well, Eugene will remind you that it's already a bit of a stretch if we ride with Wilson on Eugene's horseback.
Barrett
with...
control Nair.
Well, I'll just say that it's a bad thing to do. Besides, not just because of the fact that Eugene is kind of like afraid of fortune turning their back on him, but because if snipers catch up to them, Nair might get shot.
Barrett is not he's not afraid of women too. He is very grateful for riding on your horse, and he doesn't have much to him anyways, so he's not adding too much weight to your horse. He is very grateful though that it's not making him walk.
Okay.
But if you're all set, I can begin on the next leg of your guys' journey.
Yippee!
Then I'll wait for a classic Aaron response. Certified Aaron response. In absence of ladylike, he shall ride with misfortune.
No.
Let's
That's even
go!
worse.
Alright. You guys are traveling through Deseret. And you guys, you got a good path ahead of you, although the terrain is only uphill from here. And I mean that quite literally. You guys are continuing through the Red Rock mesas and canyons, and eventually enter upon the Wasatch Mountain Range. You guys have been traveling for a good few days, like about 4 days of travel. And you're making good time, but not the best. The terrain is difficult to maneuver. But you begin back into your dreaded traveling into the mountains. And it seems as you go up them, the weather turns just even more foul. It goes from, the fairly patchy snow of the early spring, but as you travel up the mountains, you could not distinguish it from winter. It is fully snowed on, and even worse, the wind picks up with the snow, creating kind of a miniature blizzard as you guys travel through the mountain range. I need to roll something for your dear friend Barrett, who does not have any winter clothes. Barrett is not looking too hot. You can definitely tell the frost is sort of getting to him. Everyone else in the posse I know has winter clothes, so it's not bothering them
If that's the
much.
case, Wilson
But
is gonna
limited
say,
visibility, and
if he notices this, I just before we go any further, Wilson's gonna stop and just say, hold on, Barrett. I notice you're looking a little chilly there. Are you hanging in there? Take this. Wilson's gonna take off his coat and
that should be fine. I think.
Yeah, basically his cold weather gear, and just leave himself in his robe, and make sure Barrett is prepared because he's recovering from a disease. So he's more important right now.
Aaron, I don't think a single lantern will keep Barrett alive.
Yeah, as someone who's owned a lantern, it doesn't put off too much heat, but you guys would probably have lanterns out, just because it's gotten so dark with the clouds and the blizzard around you guys. Visibility is pretty limited right now. Think the opening sequence of Red Dead. It's like that. You guys are really hoofing it through this.
Yeah. It's too cold. I don't think. Wait, will Wilson now have to make a roll?
It's only because you guys been traveling through it for a good chunk that I made him make the roll. If it takes any longer, then Wilson would probably have to make a roll too.
Oof.
Let me pull my notes up. Thanks to the elevation. Yeah, the elevation is getting kind of rough with you guys. However, you see the return of some trees. Actually, up here in the mountains, it seems like the greenery, if not ever greenery, has returned. Nair responds, may be better to set up camp till the snow dies down. We should look for a place to settle down. That's
I don't know,
that's my
but
hit Nair impression.
well, I don't know about you, Nair, but I've never really learned how to make a house out of sticks and snow. And we don't see any caves around here either. We gotta find another settlement or anything like that.
And we're just giving time for Nair to respond. Settlement caves of a good forested spot with good coverage. Aaron says, or Nair says. And traveling further, you guys do get a hint of settlement, actually. You see a sign half covered in snow.
Oh,
It simply reads at the part that is revealed out to the world, hotel. It's like one of those like pointed like signs that's kind of like into a point, in the direction.
I don't think those exist yet.
What, like a point, like a Skyrim, like it's like in the shape of kind of an arrow.
No, Aaron just said Hotel
Trivago.
Trivago. Alright. Finally, some recluse it seems for us. Let's hurry over there. And
as
we
far
hoof
as
it.
Any comments
we
from
were setting off on
Wilson?
foot. Oh, into the hotel.
Yeah, you guys continued on, and you guys found a sign half covered in snow. The only legible part that's not covered just says hotel on it.
Oh wait, it looks like there's more underneath.
Are you gonna wipe off the rest of the
Yeah,
sign?
Why does that sound familiar? Why does that sound
You
familiar?
get the full name, the Overlook Hotel.
Why does that
Overlook?
sound familiar?
The Overlook Hotel?
You're smiling.
Okay. I wonder why.
Oh, no
Does it by
way.
any
No
chance-
way. I had to look it up.
Oh yeah, sorry, and I didn't see you said uncovers the sign, obviously.
Oh my god. That's why you have the axe,
Marjorie Hot
motherfucker.
Val.
How do you know I had an axe? You're crazy. I don't know what you're talking about.
What axe?
Good. Anyways, but yeah, it at least gives you a direction, a point in through all this snow, and it's about, according to Eugene's watch, it's only like 12, and it's already this dark, and like coverage is pretty hard. No doubt from the blizzard, or the kind of mini blizzard you guys are in.
Autobots, roll out. From Aaron.
From Aaron. All right. You guys continue forth through the snow, trudging, going along, and it's about half an hour of travel before you start to see lights up ahead. It's hold on. I gotta put this right. Is this out of place for for the location of a hotel? That's a good question. It's definitely strange. It is definitely high up in the mountains. It would be a really good place for a hotel, especially for you guys.
I mean, skiing is also a thing, probably.
Recreational skiing? I don't think that's too popular yet. But you guys are kind of along a trail right now. So again, it's definitely weird and just have an outright hotel and not just a full town.
Well,
So.
I'm not complaining. Yeah, let's ride in. Is there a stable or an entrance we can see?
As you get closer, you start to see the outline, seeing the lights in the rooms, and you notice this is absolutely massive. The Pignon Baron's fake, fake plantation house pales in comparison of this hotel. There's several levels to it. Definitely to Wilson and Nair, this is probably the biggest structure they've seen. I don't know. I think Nair might have traveled a little bit more. To Eugene, this seems like a pretty standard, from his background at least.
Yeah, there's a lot of big houses in Moscow. Actual medieval castles.
Yeah. And you do see, getting closer, there is a small wooden stable near the entrance of this this hotel. You see another sign confirming it, the Overlook Hotel.
All right.
Let's get out of the cold. Wait, are the stables protected in any way, or is it just...
They're just there. Everything's just kind of unlocked. There's little latches on it so the horses don't run out. There's no
I'm just
horses.
Thinking, wouldn't the horses get cold or something?
There's saddle blankets and whatnot in there.
Oh, okay. So
it's
I'm just worried. I don't want the horses to get sick,
Yeah, there's a lot of amenities actually in the stables. There's saddle blankets. There's fresh hay.
If you all
anything you really need
here,
to help care for a
I think
horse
I want to talk to the proprietor.
It's actually really
I wouldn't
nice.
want us to settle down here illegally without the knowledge of the owner.
Well, I'm sure they'd welcome any and all traveler who carries a bit of these. And as we're disembarking, is gonna, take a bit of cash from the saddlebags.
Yes, your horses are the only ones stabled, Aaron. But as Wilson goes to the front, it is truly a sight to behold. There are large oaken double doors with how there's big kind of metal kind of studs in them. With fancy lion head knockers on them. And as you pass through, the front has these large, bay. You know what a bay window is? Anyone? It's a large window, a bay window. Yeah. I can send a picture of a bay window.
Whack, around one. Yes, Aaron.
Imagine this, but way larger. I put it in VC chat. Aaron, you're kind of.
I'll send it to her WhatsApp.
Yeah, rotund. Yeah, the round one. You're correct. And it's fogged up where you can't really make out the interior just through the window. However, you do. Someone is close enough. that you can make him out. There's an older gentleman on the other side of the bay windows. He's in a rocking chair with a big smile on his face. He's old and he has he's dressed very finely. He's got like a golden like pocket watch chains and just like normal chains with little like gemstone fobs on them. He's got a big old like grayish white beard. It's not like a Santa beard. They're kind of like in like little sectioned parts, not like purposely that way. It's just that's how they're kind of clumped up with an old tattered top hat. And he makes direct eye contact with you with these just like emerald green eyes, and he just seems to be smiling, and like giving an occasional. You can't quite hear it, but you can definitely kind of tell that he's laughing, just kind of cackling while looking out the window, not at you, just like he's kind of looking a little past
Is there
you,
any entrance?
like not making eye contact.
Yeah. Wilson will go
Yeah,
over.
I think I explained it earlier.
Yeah,
Beside
like
that
open.
is a large open double doors.
Wilson will go over and knock the knocker, trying not to be creeped out by the old man.
Okay. No response just yet. As you knock the knockers,
go over to the window and like wave to the old man to try and get his
just
attention.
you're standing out in the cold for a little bit longer.
Okay.
Nothing.
Probably
he's continuing to kind of cackle and kind of point outside.
Aaron is going to push the door and see if it gives.
Oh yeah, it opens quite easily. It's heavy, but like it's unlocked.
Okay, Eugene will follow with her inside.
Oh. Let's see. I'm gonna push it at the door and see if it opens. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that was you who said that, Aaron. Yeah, it opens up. You enter, and it is probably the most grand and decadent thing that Wilson and Nair has ever seen. To Eugene, it just looks like home, like he entered into a palace, or at least a very fancy hotel. But to the other two, it is like immaculate. It's got like wonderfully tiled floors, pillars, grand pillars. There's like a grand stairway case, the ones that are like go up into the two different directions. You're in a large lobby room with there's leather seats scattered about with tables, two large doors going in opposite directions, and there is a small service counter close to the front. It's pretty close to the front.
I do not know about this place.
Feels like home. A very homey place.
Let's see if there's anybody at the front counter. But if not, I think we need to leave.
Why? This looks like a perfect spot to rest overnight. Wait until the storm's over.
Nair says, can we even afford to stay here? And asked if the old man is still there. He is rocking in his rocking chair, cackling to himself, and just doing that, not much else. At the counter, there is a man stooped over. He seems to be like organizing some just random trinkets and bobs under. And he doesn't seem to pay you much mind yet.
Eugene will look over to Nair answering her question. Don't worry, we can afford to stay wherever we like, even if it's the president's quarters. He then walks to the man at the counter, putting on a smile and says, "Well, good afternoon, fine sir. Is this establishment operational?"
The man turns around. He is nicely dressed, not fine. He's not like fancied up, but it's definitely like decent clothing that's like not like it's not like a tuxedo or anything, but it is like nicer. And he kind of he looks up. He's like, "Oh, sorry. I don't know how to." Okay, so I'm looking you dead on right now at the camera.
Yeah.
Okay, he's like this. He's kind of looking like over your shoulder. Yes, we are open, sir. You see his eyes. They're like similar to the old man. They're like a bright emerald green. Welcome to the Overlook Hotel. How may I assist you?
Me and my 4 friends here were looking for a place to stay overnight. The weather's outside quite frightful.
Yes, indeed. It really is. And he like you see him like look up and around, and he kind of goes back to looking in your general direction. Would you perchance
No.
would like to get a
Eugene,
room?
This is the
Yeah.
scariest thing I've ever seen. How are you not frightened right now? This is not.
Okay, well, first of all, that is
They-
very rude. This is a fine
They,
young
Eugene,
gentleman.
Wilson
He's like
whispers in
30s.
Eugene's ear.
Yeah,
They
this is
both
a
have
fine
glowing
man
green
you're talking
eyes
to.
and are
No need to
seeing
be rude.
things. This.
They're not
Eugene,
glowing, it's bright.
The devil.
Like, you know.
The devil is tempting. That is the one thing that is
Maybe they're
certain about the
family.
devil.
What's wrong with
the
that?
devil is tempting.
Nair, you go to ask the old man for a cigarette, and he glances up over to you, and he's kind of got these like glossy eyes. He's definitely like older, and he just laughs and continues to rock in his chair. Oh, forgive me. I did not introduce myself. My name is Samuel Waitley. Pleased to meet your acquaintance.
Yo. Okay, that's. I don't think Eugene would know that, but okay. Oh,
No, that's not the old dude speaking. That's the gentleman at the counter.
well, Samuel, my name's Eugene, and he extends him a hand.
Samuel will shake Wilson's hand. Not Wilson, Eugene's hand. And he kind of like actually makes eye contact with you the second as he does so before going back to kind of staring off into the distance. Oh, yes. Welcome to the hotel. We've also have a art gallery for people. We also have a recreation hall if you so wish. And we do serve meals at 6 in the morning, 12 in the noon, and then 7 in the evening.
Well, that sounds lovely. I think this is a great place to stay, Wilson. I mean, look, the staff is friendly. They've got food. They've got recreation, and it
Barrett,
looks
what do you think
like
about
a real
this?
palace. Okay, look, I understand we've been through a lot on this journey so far.
Nair
Like-
says the devil plays more insidious
No,
games than this. Be grateful
The
you
devil
can actually
is
win an
comfortable.
encounter with
the
the
devil
monsters.
will always be comfortable. You think God isn't the hard choice? God will always be the hard choice. This is the easy choice. I'm just afraid of us taking the easy choice here. This is insidious.
Well,
You know
hey,
what?
Wilson, have you forgotten about the bullets I gave you? That was a challenge, isn't it? And you're still holding on to it, like all the day back then. Think of this as a similar way. Who is not a man of faith if one who isn't treading upon the path of evil to show how you say,
If you
uncorruptible
all
he is.
are committed to staying here, then I will accompany you. But this is... just know that I vehemently disagree with this course of action.
We'll stay here just for the time of the storm overblowing. Once the blizzard clears up, we'll be on our merry way.
I do warn you that the price for a room is quite grave. It is $1.
Wilson's at a loss for words. Like
That laughing's out of character.
That sounds lovely. Of course, we will be able to pay. Is it $1 per night?
Yes. And for meals, it's even graver.
That's lovely. This is lovely. This is all
50
lovely.
cents.
All right.
Mhm.
Prince, at an establishment this nice,
Okay.
this is a crazy good price.
So what is...
Well, I'll be damned. That's a great deal you got here.
And admission to the gallery is free to anyone. So is using the recreation hall. If you need a bath, I'll get my lovely wife to run it for you before you go. Just let us know ahead of time, and the baths are free.
Oh, thank you.
Indeed. Nair definitely seems on edge now, but she seems weirdly enthralled by the situation. Alright. So we'll go along with it for the time being.
All right. So, Eugen does reach out into his pocket, like he pulls out. Actually, before he turns to others and says, "Do we want 4 separate rooms, or
I'm
we'll
interested
bound
in
together?"
being economical here.
Well, let's say 2 rooms with 2 beds in them.
Yeah, Nair says together.
Together, as in 1 room for people, or how do you propose it? Nair response time.
Nair response time.
Wow. Okay. All right, sir. That will be then 1 room with 4 beds, if you have such a novelty.
1 room with 4 beds, just next to each other. The most we have is 2 beds in a room. I'm sorry.
No need to be. Can we get then 2 rooms, preferably close to each other, with 2 beds in them?
Yes. We can arrange that.
That would
And
be
are
lovely.
you planning to join us for supper?
Oh, I'm starving. We haven't had a chance to set up camp tonight, so. All right. So that would be $2.50 per each person, I'm guessing. So that's another $2. Here you go.
Okay.
And he puts down $4 on the table.
Thank you. And he takes it and he puts it in a lockbox before pulling out room keys and giving it to everyone, or just putting it down so you guys can amongst it yourselves. And you guys are like, it's like midday-ish right now, so you guys still have a good bit for dinner. It's a little past lunchtime, So you guys would have to wait for a meal, but it sounds like there's a lot to do at this fine resort. Thank you for your patronage. Nair will keep an eye out for other tenants and staff, her and her little friend, I suppose. Yeah. My wife will show you to your rooms, and he will call out to one of the side rooms of the main lobby. I don't mind pulling my notes. Edwina, darling.
How do you say her name?
Edwina. Let me type it out for you.
Okay.
And a lady will exit out from the room. She is also dressed. She's kind of got a skirt on and a blouse. And she enters in, and she is holding an axe.
Yeah.
There's fresh blood on it, and she's she has a smile on her face,
Wilson
and she's
raises his
smacking it on
staff.
her hand. This is my darling sister Edwina.
Sister?
Yes.
Haven't you
Wilson
said she's your wife?
steps up to the woman with
Oh,
the axe,
yes.
just unafraid, looking her right, like basically daring her to make the first move so he can have an excuse.
She just looks at him, saying nothing, just kind of staring. Oh, do pardon her. She just finished preparing dinner. She's letting it bleed out. We have a small farm behind the hotel to provide fresh food. Nair has her hand on her holster. Oh,
I have
sorry,
a question.
Nair.
Are Edwina's eyes
That's
green?
my favorite name of my favorite duck.
Okay.
All right.
Is she looking
Yeah.
somewhere else? Like, is she?
Oh yeah. That's a wonderful question.
If you,
Nope, she's making
if
eye
you
contact with you
spirits
guys.
think that you can have an easy meal with us, you are gravely mistaken. They may be unaware, but I am very much aware.
Excuse me, sir. Are you all right? As Samuel says,
Samuel?
looking off to your shoulder. Clearly, he's kind of mortified, looking over your
Okay.
shoulder as he was earlier.
The receptionist.
The receptionist. Oh yes, I do ask that you sign in the sign-in sheet. And he has a big book, the check-in book for you guys.
Oh yeah, right.
It's a big old book. There's a good chunk of names. Yes, we have many travelers here. Some outdoorsmen, other very strange fellows. There's a lady traveling with her daughter not too long ago. She was a wonderful guest.
Vivian, moment.
Oh yeah, no, you're reading the book and you rarely see Vivian written down.
When I'm looking over it, when was the last date? The last guest.
Last guess was a week and a bit ago.
Where's Mr.
It
Barrow?
was a Mr. Locke and a Mr. Stock. Oh yes, those two were some high-rolling gamblers. They didn't stay long.
Gamblers, you say? Yeah. Did they appear to have an exquisite appearance? And by any chance, did they have a ring on their pinky finger?
Oh yes. They only stayed a night and then they went quite fast. I think they didn't even leave their room keys.
Do you reckon they traveled west or east?
Well, I wouldn't know, but I hope they are doing. Are they friends of yours?
We are acquaintances.
Ah,
We know them from a line of work.
I see. I see. Well, if I ever see them again, and you ever come here again, I'll let you know. Let's see, Nair. Okay, no updates on the Nair situation.
Right. How's
But-
Barrett doing? How's Barrett?
Barrett is clearly a little creeped out by everything going on.
Well, it would be rude to not show up to a meal we paid for, so let's take a load off. Just take the heavy cloaks and when's the supper you said?
It's at 7.
I'll check the time.
It's
Or,
like 1 right now.
Oh, we've got plenty of time.
Yeah.
And come on, everyone. And Eugene kind of like waves them because he kind of doesn't want to leave them alone now. After seeing Edwina, he's more creeped out by the fact that they're family. Because in Russian nobility circles, that's a big no-no.
Well, Nair will join Wilson at his side. I didn't play dumb about visions and immortals and the like for giggles. Shoot, I was doing that. Playing dumb means not drawing a fucking target on your back. Let's keep up, but be alert. You can't let a predator know.
Wilson's gonna
you don't
look
let a predator know
over Nair and be like,
yeah,
"We are
sneaking up on
walking
you.
into the
Irish
predator's
is better.
den. If there was a moment to escape, it was before we entered."
And oh yeah, just one more thing. The snow does get terribly heavy up here. If you're snowed in, I won't charge you for an extra night.
That's very generous of you.
Indeed. All right. Well, I suppose if you have everything, Edwina will show you your way.
Yes, of course. Just don't stain those carpets, dear. They look lovely. Yeah,
Oh.
there's blood still.
Yeah. Yes. I think we have something quite fine cooked up for everyone. Well, we'll be hoping to see you at dinner. And he's gonna go back to kind of organizing stuff under his desk. And Edwina will lead you guys to your rooms, going up those the grand staircase. And she has not said a word to you guys. She just kind of has her axe in one of her hands, and that kind of grin stuck on her face. Bringing you guys to your rooms. By all means, feel free to attempt to trek through the blizzard. Take some of the money with you. It ought to make good tinder. But yeah, Edwina will.
And Eugene will actually, as they walk, ask something from Edwina.
Mhm.
So, Weightless, you seem to be a family. Is that all gentlemen in the rocking chair also related? Okay, I'm guessing she doesn't say anything.
Nope. She just smiles, the big old grin on her face,
Right.
and she takes you to your rooms 59 and 58.
Damn, why wasn't it 10 digits higher? Well, 1 digit higher.
And she will do like a kind of a little curtsy before walking back to where she came. So going back down.
Eugene will just walk into the left room, opening it up with his keys.
It is truly magnificent. It's got like fine. It has a fine like mahogany like wardrobe or like bureau, whatever. Why not wardrobe? Yeah, wardrobe. It's got like I know like the sizes weren't really like the name of the sizes of bed weren't a thing yet, but this is like clearly like 2 king-sized beds. There is like like a nice mirror. There's some like there's a framed photographs on the walls of like the of the overlook in like in the spring months, and other like nice amenities just to like have. There there's just like plenty there. There's like a set of like nightgowns and like night shirts in case you don't have any. You know. Uh, and just plenty of stuff. Nayar's going to comb through her room, underwear, the bed, in every drawer, and so on. You just find most of it's empty, if not for the freebie stuff, like why am I blanking on the term? But like just like you have a lot of free kind of like hotel-esque amenities. Cigarettes, perchance. No, you can't find any cigarettes. But yeah, other than that, just like kind of like nice-ish clothing, like for like bedding down or after a shower, towels, fine like Egyptian cotton like blankets. Everything is like exquisite in here. Like really fancy like lantern like holders.
By the way, what's like the distribution? Who's sleeping with whom? In which rooms I'm in?
No, that's up to you guys.
Wilson, Aaron, Nair.
Wilson is like staring at the huge bed
How's Wilson holding up?
and just like mortified. I assume it's the same in his room.
Oh yeah, it's there. It's pretty like cookie cutter. Like it's not like the exact copy. There's like different pictures and stuff, but it's same general
Eugene ask a
layout.
question?
With minor
What was
differences.
the question? Barrett.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to stay with Barrett.
With who Wilson wants to sleep? Hmm? Right?
Isn't,
I
isn't
guess
this
you're coming
wonderful?
with me now.
Well, the folks themselves are creepy, but look at how fine these rooms are. Only for $1?
Barrett,
I
there's
mean, diamond in
aren't
the
you a
rough,
little
that's what you
unsettled?
call it.
Well, of course, but it's also a nice place to
mean,
bed down. It
At
beats
least
roughing it
at least
outside
you knew
or
where you stood with
in a mine
Davey.
shaft.
This is, I don't know. This is, I think this is very scary.
Nair, okay, this is Aaron. Nair will hand Barrett her Bowie knife, telling him to let his guard down. Or to not let his guard down, or to let his guard down.
It's probably the latter.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if you insist, I don't know. I think we should just, get comfortable. Yeah, nah, yeah. But if you insist.
All right. So I guess we're settling down for the day.
Mhm.
Eugene will, he has been wearing pretty much just torn clothes, barely sewn together, like from Ben, from Catamount, and like whatever the fuck.
Mhm.
So he's just gonna change into his backup clothes. It's very pristine, almost the same type of silky clothing intended for just rest.
Mhm.
And of course, he's gonna do makeup. Make himself look good at the table for the supper. He's got to make an impression.
Oh yes, Nairo definitely swatch out for the nicest set in the wardrobe. There is some like normal clothes in there. It's mainly just like stuff for bed, but you do manage to find
Yeah, Wilson.
just like a decent like blouse and a skirt.
Wilson, yeah, go ahead.
But you guys do.
Also,
Oh, yeah, Wilson.
I just want to say, I just want a quick note. I will take off my shoulder holster and just put my fancy Lemat in my normal holster because I don't really need to hide it in here. But I will carry it with me still.
I have a request.
Wilson,
you want to say something?
Eugene, if you have a holster that you're not using, think maybe having it ready may be beneficial. So if there's a way that I could wear it, it may be. I'm not saying that I enjoy the prospect, but it's probably more realistic than having it just carry it or in a shawl on my shoulder. On me. No, to carry his gun in a holster.
Wilson is
He's just
asking to carry
my
a separate gun in a holster.
Wilson's just asking for a holster.
My gun. But well, the only spare one I have is the
Okay,
one for
that's
the
fair.
shoulder, so you'd have to walk like this,
Okay, never mind then.
constantly.
I'm just.
Although, Eugene would offer him his quick draw holster.
Okay.
Well, just putting his gun, like
Wilson's never
in
put
his
on one of these before,
belt
so
or
he wears it
something.
kind of wrong, just like around his. What?
Okay, no, you're disgrace to gunslingers everywhere. Hold on, I'll just kneel down and fix it up. Just tighten it properly.
Aaron, he just needs a holster
There's now
because
a
he already
chain
has the
leading
gun.
from
The
his
classic
wrist to
gun.
the holster.
The one that's chained to his hand.
Yeah, Wilson is not fencing up. In fact, he is like readying for battle. Like he is like cleaning his staff and polishing the gun and like checking the chambers and everything, and like is. Yes, please.
Would he like it to be loaded?
Just, I don't own these.
I will lend him 5 more
just
bullets
want
to
you to
slam
know
into
that.
the Peacemaker.
Yeah,
I
I'd be
want
happy
them
to
back,
give them back.
for future reference. So that's 45 bullets remaining.
And I would like the gang to snoop around, like seek out employee areas, peek behind curtains.
Maybe, just maybe, find any cigarettes.
Well, that actually goes to what I was gonna say. You guys have a big chunk of free time. What would you like to do?
Eugene would like to visit the art gallery and recreation.
Mm-hmm.
Wilson would like to meditate.
And I would like to snoop. Wilson will meditate.
Nope.
Oh, snoop preferably with Wilson. No. Coward.
I mean, if Nair wants to, we could walk around the gallery, the recreation, and then try to sneak behind the areas of stuff.
Sure.
Right.
All right. Well, all right. Wilson is meditating. Your emotion, what little emotions you have, are trying to tamper down. It's definitely everything. Everything just feels off to you. You're conflicted. You're, this is like certainly the hardest situation. Like fighting, outlaws without a moral code is one thing, but being in such a grand place as a Buddhist just feels like your insides are churning. But checking out the gallery, you guys exit downstairs. The older man is still rocking by the bay window. You don't see Samuel anymore. He's probably off doing something. And then you enter, and similarly, like double doors to like the front exit, you enter the gallery. It is a fine gallery. I don't want to overuse the word, but this is a very like exquisite place, and a very strange, like it's definitely the nicest thing you've ever seen ever since coming to America. And you enter, and there is a lot of fine art up. Would you like me to describe the art that you guys are coming across?
Oh, hell yeah.
All right, I actually have a little notes for this. Oh shit! Can you still hear us, Nair? I accidentally closed the MS Paint. Okay. There we go. I also like posted stuff in the MS Paint for you to see. All right. I also need to pull up something else up. I have this in my notes. Sorry, I meant to pull this out sooner. Where the freak did I put it? Oh, mine. Please do not mind this. Oh, there we go. All right. You guys enter it, and there's some like classic pieces. Very noticeably, not many like how there's like the most popular paintings is like Madonna and Child or like the Crucifixion of Christ. There's like tons of those. You don't really see much of that here. No like religious art. But you do see some both artists that you haven't heard of and some very like I want to say well known. I'm not sure how actually well known they are. Out of character, Aaron could probably tell that or figure that one out. But first, you come across a painting. Hold on, I have this. I have these written in such a way. The first one you come across is it's also similar to the lobby. It's not just to walk around. There's also like seats and like ashtrays and stuff scattered about. Oh yeah, actually, Aaron, would you like to make a scrounging for me if you have it? Because there is a few ashtrays in this room. What do I roll? Oh yeah, I have to tell you that. Scrounging. Roll me. It says here 1d8.
By the way, can I roll meditating?
I believe in you, Aaron. Sure. 6. Aaron. Nair looks at one of these ashtrays and finds the greatest gift ever bestowed upon her. A roach of a rolled up cigarette. Like, do you know what a roach is, Bird?
No, I don't think.
It's like the very butt of it. Like the very kind of like end of it.
Yeah, like the filter.
She actually jumps and immediately attempts to light it.
No.
You see Nair like pulled something out of the ashtray, and like she's like barely holding it. Like at this point, you like there's like a specific tool for like smoking like this, but putting it in her mouth, she tries to light it. She gets one good puff. She says, "I fucking need it," and she takes 2 good puffs before it just burns up on her. Your hankering is barely sated in your moment of desperation. But back to the artworks. The first one you see, it is a everything has like a little plaque under it telling like the name of it, the who was painted by, and the year. You have this first painting is a painting of 2 large white bears. Eugene would know them as polar bears, scavenging through a wreckage of a ship on an ice floe. It is the little plaque reads the name of this is Man Proposes, God Disposes, and it is painted by Sir Edwin Landseer in 1864. And this is what it looks like. Oh, sure. Yeah, I said I also. Oh, wrong. Let me paste this in the. Oh, I guess I can't. Save your fleeting moments of happiness, boy. But you know, it's the next, and there's a little like on the plaque it says, "This scene depicts an Arctic. This depicts an Arctic scene of the attempt of Sir John Franklin's expedition in 1845 to find the Northwest Passage." The next one is it's labeled self-portrait. It is a painting of a well-fed man. You know, he's wearing a nice black coat with kind of like a frilled undershirt to it. He's holding a palette in one hand while putting a brush to a canvas in the other one. He looks on the onlooker with these kind of brightly colored eyes, or brightly like green eyes. It says painted by Basil Whately, 1875.
Do you have a picture as well?
I don't think I have that one.
Okay.
Classic art piece. Who could forget?
Okay. Can you repeat who it is made by?
One Basil Whately. Would you like me to type that out?
No, I got it. Basil. Okay. 1875. That's last year.
2 years actually. You guys are in 1877.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And next is a collection by a single artist, Juan Francisco Goya. There's quite a few here. One is labeled El Aquilar. It's in Spanish, and it's a painting of both like young and old women in like a nighttime setting, surrounded by this like humanoid goat, and they're offering it young children. The goat has a laurel of green leaves, and it extends its left hoof. It was painted in 1798.
Hold on, I'm sorry. What? What's in the
98?
I'm sending the picture
is the least subtle shit ever.
BC chat. You might actually recognize this. This is a very like famous painting.
I love it.
Goya. You said wait, which year? You guys are in 1877, and the painting is from like 1798. So it's like around like 80 years old. Another piece by Goya. This one labeled Corral de Locos. It's a chaotic scene with several frantic and crazed men in an institution. Two are fighting naked while others watch or keep to themselves. It is very darkly shaded. And this is the piece. And the final one of the Francisco Goya collection is one labeled El Pelele. It's a bright painting of women in kind of a lush landscape, tossing up a large doll in the air using a bed sheet. And this one was 1792. You know, and all these look like originals. They're not like copies. They are like definitely aged, definitely with like a new frame. And this is like kind of the main interest like ones. Like there's a lot of other paintings. It's not just these ones. There's a lot of like landscapes and whatnot. Just a lot of landscapes. Some still lifes. And this last one, it's in the name of it is actually in Russian. And it's it's a painting of like a desolate kind of landscape. There's a pyramid of skulls just outside a large wall. There's large like vultures flying overhead and picking out the remains. It is painted by one Vasily Vereshchagin in 1871. And this is the name of it. And bird can translate.
Apotheosis of War.
Oh, that's cool.
This is the painting.
Glorification of War. Damn.
It's still there, and I know I've been sending a lot of this stuff. Hold
on. Which year? I thought you were confused. It was 1798.
Yeah. 1798 for Apotheosis of War?
No, that was for the first one, El Aquelarre.
Yeah, that's 1798, and then the Corral de Locos was 1794,
mm-hmm.
And then El Pelele.
Well, yeah, what year was that one? El Pelele?
Corral de Locos was 1794, and then El Pelele was 1792.
Mm-hmm. And Apotheosis?
Apotheosis, that was 1871. So that's like 6 years ago. In game. Not a shrine, sure, but this. Not sure whether this is a shrine to God or the other big man. I used to think he looked just like that goat. Says,
Well, this is a rather macabre display of artwork. A rather interesting collection, nonetheless. I do wonder how they've gotten all of these. They don't seem particularly wealthy people.
You say in the grand gallery of the Grand Hotel.
But don't seem like, they are quite a bit cuckoo.
She says, pardon?
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, hold on, I gotta make a roll now. Don't mind me.
Still waiting on the pardon.
Yeah, we're waiting on your pardon. Oh, says Aaron, not Nair.
Yeah, what do you mean by pardon, Nair?
Yeah, no, she just looks stunned. She says.
This
About,
one,
like-
the last one's Russian. I don't know how it got it here. Did they travel abroad?
Your observation about them not having much cash. She's kind of in awe about your comment of them not having much cash.
Oh, well. Well, you got here. Well, forgive me, my standards for wealth of people are vastly different. Still, they do seem to have a large collection. Let's go and see what they have in store for the recreation. I don't
Oh.
feel very comfortable looking at these paintings.
Exiting the gallery, you see a new face. A small child. He's in kind of like a just like a black kind of like mini like I guess like a blazer really. It's kind of patched up. He has greasy black hair. That's kind of like messy but still like kind of off to the side, kind of like my hair right now. He's a little on the heavier side. He's not like rotund, but he's definitely got that childlike layer of fat on him. And he kind of looks at you like this. In his hand, you see a twitching squirrel.
No.
He's just kind of breathing heavily. His mouth slightly agape. He's kind of like mouth breathing.
No, Ricky Rufus, no. It's a live squirrel, right?
Yeah.
Eugen runs at him. He's like, "Hey, stop that. Let it go."
He just
He's
kind of
gonna-
continues to like look at you. Nair says, "Hey, little buddy, what you got there?" Yeah, this kid currently has his like big meaty fist wrapped around this squirrel's neck. The squirrel is like, have you ever heard like a rabbit scream?
No.
It's very similar to that. It's kind of like a high pitched like.
Yeah, no, I'm just like grabbing his hands trying to free the squirrel. Eugen is really wrecked by it.
Okay, you're gonna make me a strength contest with this child.
Oh, fucking hell. Strength.
Oh god.
I'm gonna lose to a child here. Okay, well, I have 1d4, so 2d4, so I might get a good old what you call it, explosion.
Can't type.
Okay, I'm gonna use a white, I think,
I'm gonna use a white chip.
from my Irish white.
Oh shoot, yeah, I forgot. No, you need a. Oh yeah, I guess it is the same one. Sorry, my bad. You can use your Irish white.
Yeah, I get an explosion. 6.
Okay, re-roll.
Well, I'm really.
You guys tied.
No, I'm gonna use a blue.
I'm gonna use a blue.
Yeah, fuck the kid. So yeah, I use my Irish white and my blue chip.
Okay. Sorry, I need
Can
to
I
pull
say
up my-
anything? Phantom fingers. She can pry open the kid's hand.
Oh, for real?
Oh no, sorry, I didn't see this when I was doing my thing.
Yeah. You can both try for it if you want.
Well, I mean, I succeed, right?
Yeah, hold on, I need to type something out. Yes.
Actually, let me roll 1d4
for
to
real?
see.
Like, are you still going through with the phantom fingers?
Okay, that's just a 7. I beat the kid by 1.
I mean, yeah. Oh, cause. Oh, really? Cause Eugene supposedly beat him in the contest. But are you gonna still go through with it? That's what I'm asking. Okay, well, she'll use it to pull the squirrel away from the kid, I guess. Alright, roll me hex slinging. She's not heartless. Yeah. You're hex slinging for... that uses spirit. Holy shit, yeah, roll 5d 8 for your hex slinging. Or 5d10. It says your spirit here is a... Maybe I misread it. It says here your spirit's a d8. Yes. Alright, 7 passes. Just oh yeah, because you used... Oh yeah. Alright, so 7. Okay, draw me 5 cards. I'm not sure if there's like another app you can use. Mate, I have limits. If you have cards in person. If we really want, yeah.
Well, if you want, Nair, I have cards. I could pull them out for you.
I might
make
have
it-
cards. You could probably just find a card like drawing thing online.
Even more intriguingly, you can roll online 1d54.
That's a horrible. No, don't let me hold you up. Oh, you want me to do it for you? I have cards handy. Just let me know what you want. I'll work with anything. If you
Just
don't
draw
mind.
with the bot.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll draw with the bot. All right. Allow me to do it to make sure everything's fair and above board. Draw number of cards 5. What's a minimum for? Actually, I can look at that myself.
I think that's a pair there.
Yeah, I just need to check what the minimum for her to make this roll is. I think it might just be an ace, so I think she's good. Phantom figures, knowledge, ace. Yeah. You are easily able to, conjuring in your mind, you play your liar's dice game, and you make a pretty good call. Oh, screenshot. Yeah, I saw that your hexes. How do I not have? But you're able to whisk away an invisible, force, pushes away the squirrel, who's still twitching on the ground, just kind of suffering. He hasn't been. Yeah, this is just. let me act this out for you guys. So, yeah, you guys are fighting over the squirrel. Eugene knocks him out of his hands, and then Phantom Fingers pulls him away.
No.
Nicer than that. If you couldn't tell, Aaron, can I give the squirrel a shot of whiskey? Pick me up. I don't know what that would do to a squirrel. I mean,
No, we'll bring the squirrel to Wilson. Wilson can heal it, hopefully. We're saving this little guy, whether you like it or not.
The kid doesn't do much after you take it out of his hand. He just continues to just kind of breathe heavily.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Torturing an animal like that.
Huh?
You can't do those things to animals. They're little brethren.
Huh?
Gideon looks genuinely pissed at this little shithead. Like, you can see he's usually friendly, you know, you've seen him kind of like wobbling up and down in his mood, but never like actual frowning like before. She can heal people too, have some goddamn faith. Eugene, go easy on the kid.
He reaches into the pocket of his little jacket, and he has something in his hand. And he extends his hand off to Wilson. Not Wilson, Eugene.
What is wrong with Eugene looks confused, but at the same time, it's kind of intrigued. What does this kid want to show him? He does extend his hand, like, beneath it, kind of like, still with a frown, like.
He drops something in your hand. They're about the size of kind of like a little bigger than marbles, and they're furry, and they got little ears on them. And then you realize you have a handful of heads of squirrels, like a good 3 of them.
I'm punching him in the face. I immediately just in the fucking nose if I can. Like, no.
I said we've all or pulled a cat's tail once, or kicked a dog's tail. Now Naira will run up with him, run up to him, and pull him away. Are you pulling the kid away, or are you pulling?
Nair, holding him for me like this.
Oh, pulling Eugene away. Are you gonna try and interrupt him punching the kid? She can't see shit from behind him.
Well,
yeah,
she can sure as hell see him winding up just a fist and going for it.
Yeah, roll. Both of you roll quickness. Nair, your quickness is a 4d6.
Oh my god. 9.
9.
1.
1.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
4.
Yay.
It goes down kind of quickly. Seeing, Eugene wind up a fist to go in for the kid. Poor Nair overshot it a little bit and just face plants on the floor, like going in to kind of tackle him. Misses by a good ton. Not accounting for the wind up and turnaround. So when his profile goes kind of thin, she kind of lands on her face on the ground. She takes 2 wind.
What about the kid?
The kid, roll me fighting.
Unskilled.
Unskilled fighting.
What is that? -4?
-4 and just 1 nimbleness die.
Or actually, I have still my wounds, so that's -6.
No, you only take the highest of the wounds.
Yeah, no, a total of -6. -4 plus -2.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Wait, hold on. I actually didn't roll for Vigor since we traveled for 4 days. To heal my wounds.
Oh yeah. You can roll Vigor real quick. Just really quick.
Without adding the wounds, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, that's 5, not enough, I think.
Yeah, I think you need a 7. Would you want to chip that?
I'll use a white.
Okay.
4. No, I'm not healing it.
Okay.
So then I will just roll 1d8 minus 6. That's 4. Okay, I'll roll another d8 with a lot of white. So that's 2 white spent.
Mm-hmm.
4, no, same, minus 2.
Yep. But thankfully, all's not for the slight distraction of Nair's tackle allows just a really sloppy punch on Eugene's part. Just kind of like completely like turn around, like kind of fumbling around, and the kid's just standing there. And he just turns around and starts to walk out of the gallery.
Eugene is fuming. You can Nair. Wait, Nair check. Hold on.
Yeah, Nair check. He's calling you call me a scrub. No dignity.
Eugene looks down at her, but you can see his hand almost reaching for his pistol because he's just so perplexed by this. But I'm gonna say he just slaps him on the hip and himself on the hip and stops it. Going to help Nair, picking her up. Yeah, helping her up at least. Checked, go ahead. No, I'm not shooting a kid. As much as I'd like to, but no.
Thank you, Eugene.
If he wasn't turned towards me, turned away from me, if he had any tiny dagger, even a needle, I would challenge him to a duel. Because what he did to those poor, tiny animals.
I'm not
That
sure if I
sounds
give an exact age on the kid. He's like around like 9 or 10.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Don't let them get to you, please. You can freak out once we're out of here. Where's the honor in shooting a kid, Eugene? Nair says.
Shooting a kid in the back without a weapon, there's no honor in that. But what he did is not right. These poor animals can't be treated like that.
The squirrel, the fully intact squirrel is twitching. It hasn't gotten up or made any other sort of move. It's just still kind of just twitching there.
I'll run up to it, seeing that it's still moving. Like it's kind of in the middle of my speech. I just see it and like dart towards it, kneeling down.
You pick it up, and it feels broken inside. Like I don't know, like it's usually a firmness with having like bones and stuff. A lot of the parts seem like you can just feel stuff floating kind of just around in there.
Is it alive?
If it is, it's not doing so well.
I stand by. Have you considered the forces that inhabit the place want you to shoot him? I stand by the whiskey plan. She has a trick legit. Oh no, you new plan. Twisted neck. No, we have to take it to Wilson. He can fix it. Like he did with Parrot and Edward. Eugene is just holding it, twitching in his hand, and he looks actually broken looking at him.
To Wilson.
I'm gonna run back.
Or run back where to Wilson?
I want to run back as fast as I can, like tripping on the way, just holding this poor little creature, and trying to get it to Wilson. I just barge in shoulder and like hold this little thing.
Wilson,
Get out of your meditation. We need to save it.
sits up. He looks kind of like his meditation wasn't really successful. Like he does look peaceful, and he stands up. Eugene, what can I help you with? Oh,
He looks down at his hands.
There, you see a squirrel,
Wilson
like a
takes it
squirrel, kind
gently.
of lying limp, but
What
still
happened to this
twitching a little
creature?
bit in Eugene's hands.
This Waitley kid was choking it, and then he
So you're telling me
dropped
that this
a handful of squirrel heads
lives
down.
in a house in the middle of winter with a young boy that tortures squirrels, and you want me to save it? May I? Eugene, may I?
I don't want to bring it back to him.
Wilson gently takes the squirrel, kind of like pets it on its head
He-
once, and
he
then
gives-
snaps its neck as painlessly as possible.
It doesn't take much. As soon as you snap the neck, it stops twitching.
I would have
Eugene
saved
just
it,
limps.
and it would have either frozen to death or been tortured by that boy and suffered much greater pain. I can take the karmic debt from that if it means that creature suffered less. And perhaps it will be reborn as one of us and thank me. Or curse me. It's free to do as it wishes, frankly. So, I take it that you're upset with the cruelty of the universe. Are you ready to hear what I have to say? Wilson, or Eugene.
Now you're no better than that kid.
You partake of
killed
the
it.
flesh of animals daily for your sustenance. Do you think that those animals wish to live any less than the squirrel? But I was not torturing that animal.
Sustenance I take is not torture.
Google, are Buddhists
you could
allowed
have
to
let it
mercy
live,
kill?
but
Because killing, I don't know. Buddhists and euthanasia, I don't know.
Because it's a gray area, I want to explain Wilson's philosophy.
Allowed
here.
him.
Breaker Wilson.
Yeah, because like animals don't have the
Yeah, no,
mental
you're
faculty
allowed.
to
I'm just
perform like
double
mindfulness
checking.
and live through pain. So pain is suffering to animals. There was very low likelihood of improving that animal's overall situation, and so Wilson just decided it would be better if it didn't live.
Is killing vermin justifiable?
That's this kid's search history.
This is not like exterminating. This is a mercy killing because he valued the pain of this animal.
Yeah.
Eugene will remember this.
Attested way back in ancient Buddhist history, includes a number of animals that have been killed for his meals and expresses an intention to put an end to this killing. Prohibits eating the meat. Oh no. Meat stated that should the release of animals. Oh, the release of animals. Oh, hold on. And an important way of demonstrating for releasing life, built ponds for fish that were redeemed from fishermen.
Maybe we could just play our game instead of pouring through the niche laws of Buddhist spiritual practice.
That's a rough one.
Yeah. I want to say that it's in line with Wilson's
a quick
philosophy.
answer to that.
It was not murder. It was mercy killing. Wilson believes in
but
afterlife.
murdering, even mercy killing. That's
you have to understand. Buddhists do not view life
you can
as
put the
inherently
mercy
good.
in the killing, but you can't take the killing out of it.
Yes. Yes. But we live in samsara.
But is it okay for you to end life, even if it is
we
for
live
a cause?
in samsaric existence.
Why we should not euthanize pets of Buddhist
animals have it
view?
worse than us.
Well, hold on. You could have. Hold on, wait. I will give you another example.
Because
Barrett,
he has
he
more
was
capacity
down with
to
smallpox. He was destined to die. Why did you save him?
Because he is conscious, and 2, there were far greater likelihood of improving his situation. Returning a squirrel back to health in the middle of winter in a house where this kid tortures squirrels. If we freed the squirrel.
But it doesn't mean we had to let it roam around. We could have kept it. I just.
It's okay if that's a sin.
But I'll let
Mr.
Dakin, Step Dakin, decide how this goes.
From all my research, killing it is like every time I search up like mercy killings, like of pets and stuff.
Okay.
A lot of what I can find is you're not like killing it still bad.
Enjoy and win, and together you will rule the TTRPG land.
Yeah.
Dap is researching about mercy killing of animals.
Buddhism.
What Wilson just did. To see if he gets penalty.
What do I have to make?
Wilson.
What? But it was an animal.
For killing is a mortal sin, so you have to make an 11.
Animals are different.
It's still a life form. I know, but it says here you still have to make. It says they take in animals that would normally be suffering and try and help them out. But
I don't.
Thank you.
I hope you fail this roll.
16.
Genuinely.
Or sorry, 18.
16. 18. You make it, but you still can't help to feel, it was certainly a chance that there wasn't too much winning there. There might have been a better way, but you felt the right way, and it didn't exactly align with
pour through him, and I think
some of the beliefs that you're teaching.
He feels justified in taking on that karma to spare the pain of that creature, and he knows that there was very little way. Like he spared this creature pain, and if it means that he had to take on a karmic debt, like he's happy to do it. I think Wilson, Eugene, if you're looking at Wilson, he seems a little unhinged. He does not seem in good mind.
You can see Eugene's starting to kind of like shake his head and back away from him. Like what Eugene sees right now in front of him is the same kid,
Eugene,
choking a squirrel. Like no, you're not Wilson. You wouldn't do that. You're supposed to do good. You're supposed to strive for it and do whatever you can to help.
Look at your hands. Look at the snow outside. Look at the walls.
This isn't right.
You are playing a mortal game. You are playing a game of trees and flesh and sustenance. I am playing a higher game than you. I am playing a game of souls. Okay? I'm playing a game of suffering. This is... You are so focused on the minutia. You doom yourself and others to endless, repetitive suffering. I am determined to change things. And I've realized that I cannot change things with a pure spirit. I need to get my hands dirty to save others from suffering. And I will. This is not more suffering. This is less suffering.
You'd
I
rather
prevented
inflict
that
more
animal from
suffering on
suffering.
people
It
than to
will
take
go
it
to its
away.
next life. It will reincarnate. Yes, I did save it.
You didn't even try to save it.
Or I just need to let you know, so you don't lose any faith, but
Mhm.
you certainly have done a wrong that you need to pay off that karmic debt.
Okay.
For that, you aren't able to cast a miracle for a whole week. So, but otherwise, you don't lose faith or anything. So, but, after, you guys have spent a good amount of time, you're getting closer to that, supper time. Not exactly there yet, but through the meditation and investigating the gallery, you definitely spent a good chunk of your time.
For the record, after this small conversation with Wilson, Eugene just walks out. He doesn't want to spend any time with him. So he'd be wandering about on his own or with Nair.
Yeah, that's up to Nair.
Nair check.
Nair check.
Nair.
Yeah. I'm trying.
You doing okay, Oak?
No, it's fine. I like it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it's a little heavy.
No. I wish I explained Wilson's
You say
point
gritting
of
your
view
teeth
better.
at me. Yeah. Nair
Thank you,
says to you,
Lodro.
"Thank you,
Wilson
Lodro."
nods to
She seems very understanding and appreciative,
Nair,
and
and
then she'll
honestly
follow with
smiles
Eugene.
that she used his true name. And Wilson's gonna do the last rites over the squirrel and guide it to its next life.
Understandable. All right. So you
I
guys
swear,
are.
if we fall apart and get picked off one by one over a squirrel, you won't hear the end of it in hell.
All right. You guys spending some more time waiting for dinner?
We have to. Yeah.
Okay. You can always say you take a power nap and wake up at dinner time. All right. What exactly will you guys be checking out now?
Well, me and Nair wanted to go see if there's anything we can find in the staff rooms,
Oh, you guys are looking for staff rooms. You guys are snooping.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Would you guys like to maybe a kitchen, a servant's quarters?
I think it would be, kitchen, I think, would be interesting to see what's cooking.
Cellar. Yeah, you can pick a couple. Just let me know which one of those you want to try and investigate.
I vote kitchen.
You vote kitchen. Kitchen first.
Yes.
All right. Are you doing this sneakily, or are you just kind of barging on in?
I think sneakily is a good idea. Okay, one cellar after that.
Mm,
Yeah,
sneakily. All right. Would you guys like to roll me stealth or sneak? Yeah. Nair, your sneak is 1d8.
Okay, so that's a 12 for me.
12 for you. What did you get, Nair? A 1? Alright. You guys make your way, so opposite to where you guys... You know how I said there's two, like, doorways? Like, in the main lobby area?
Yeah.
So instead of going to the one to the right that's marked gallery, you go to the one marked dining hall. And you enter upon the actual dining hall part of it, kind of a large, kind of classically styled, like, long table, like you would see at, like, grand feasts. There is, like, hunted animals on the wall, like trophies. Some paintings, you know, just like landscapes and whatnot. So a couple tapestries. And there's one kind of older painting. Would you like to, Nair? This is gonna be kind of weird. Would you like to roll me a straight knowledge, or if you have like knowledge history or something?
Just Nair?
Just Nair. Your knowledge is a 2d6. Or actually, you could actually do maybe area knowledge, which is also a 2d6. But I can make you feel better for using your area knowledge, because I know you wrote on your sheet absolutely fucking useless on it. A 2.
Use a cheat.
AI did. And 6. Oh. 6?
That's an explosion.
Yeah. 6.
6 again. 2. 14, I think. Yeah.
14 total. My god. You're able to... These tapestries, you've seen a couple before. You know, you've been... Well, you lived, you know, across the sea, and some of these denote a story your husband told you. So, I could be wrong. Isn't your husband English? Nair? Yes. You were told kind of these horror stories, and the name Whately certainly rings a bell. There was an old clan, like a royal, big air quotes. There was an aristocratic, somewhat family, back in, this was long before your time. Whately. I think I said the name earlier. Yeah, the same as I said in the beginning as Samuel Whately. But the Whately clan is familiar, as you heard a couple stories about them, historical stories, maybe half truth, half horror story. Are you familiar with like Vladimir Tepish or whatever his name was?
Dracula.
Popular known as Dracula. You heard stories very similar, just kind of a group of just kind of like weird, offbeat, aristocrats, the Whateleys. But 100 or so years ago, there's enough threats by local, townsfolk, and they chased them out of the old world. And but these tapestries certainly just bring back memories of those stories your husband used to tell you. Just general, just like stories of witchcraft and evil. So, but the family fled. Whether these are true or not is up to you to decide. But you certainly just heard just stories about them. They're definitely within your kind of wheelhouse of knowledge, at least a little bit.
Eugene kind of notices Nair peeking at the paintings and says, "Oh, you seem to grow a taste for art." Oh, they're
Nair
those Whateleys.
says, they're those Whateleys.
Those Whateleys? You've heard of them?
But soon you guys hear footsteps. As you guys are skulking about, you guys are like just about to enter the actual kitchen part of the dining hall. Like it's got a separate little room. Gulliver told me about them before. I always thought they might have been kindred spirits, practitioners wished away to the Americas. Fate is just grim poetry.
I'm starting to understand why Wilson didn't like this place.
You guys hear footsteps, and according to your, are you still sticking with your guys' roles? Like, yeah, took you long enough. But not Wilson. Eugene is able to quickly duck into the kitchen, hiding behind some like sacks of flour. But with a 1, Nair isn't so lucky. As she sees a long shadow behind her, her back turned. As she's kind of left high and dry with Eugene sneaking in. Howdy. She'll try and act like she's there. Are you turning around? Act normal.
Everything is fine.
She turns around, the long shadow. She's kind of like in a crouched position as she's sneaking. She turns around and sees these like little shoes, and looks up and sees like a little kind of like sailor dress. Greasy black like twin braids. And before her, the shadow casting it is just a small child with greasy black hair and distinctly green eyes. What you doing?
By the way, I don't see him, but probably is it the same?
She's talking to Nair.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
It's a girl. I'm not sure if I made that clear. She's talking to Nair, yeah, because Eugene managed
There's gonna
to
be a third
sneak
kid.
away in time, but Nair wasn't so lucky. Oh, no, you found me. Now it's your turn to hide.
No, the twin is gonna show up.
I hide and seek. I prefer to just seek. Hiding is what prey does. She just kind of smiles and like kind of kicks her feet a little bit. Nair check. I know you're cooking something up. You wouldn't know what. Don't happen to know any other games, do you? Well, there's hopscotch. There's chess. There's lots of games. Question is, do you want to play a game? Eugene is hearing a conversation going on, but he is You know, he's in the kitchen. He's out of view from all this going on.
Yeah. He's just gonna sneak in the mid. He does not raise any sounds.
Eugene or Nair, do you play dice? No, I could learn to play. And she just kind of gives you a little smirk. She's around the same age as the kid who was strangling the squirrel. I don't think you caught his name.
No, he was silent the entire time. The little bastard.
My name's Marguerite. What's your name? But you're skulking around the kitchen, and it's left unattended. But you still see like stuff on like a wooden stove top. Inside you see what looks to be like a suckling pig. You know what else does that translate over? Like like how at like Grand Feast there's like a whole pig.
Yeah.
You see like half of a pig in there, like on like a tray, like the front half with like a apple in its mouth, and then on the you see another tray with like a turkey cooking.
That's what Nair sees.
No, that's what you see while you're sneaking about in the kitchen.
All right. Can I see where's the other half? If there's any.
The other half of the pig, you see it kind of hanging up on a meat hook further down. It's the hind part of the pig just hanging up. But you kind of look around. This is like a very well stocked. Like you can very tell, like a lot of it's like jarred and canned. But there's some like fresh chickens like hanging up.
Sorry.
Bless you. And
Thank
further back, you do find like a trap door leading, well, somewhere. You're not able to tell. Nair.
Is it locked?
Nope.
Wait, I'll let Nair do perfect thing, and then I'll get inside.
Yeah. So now you say, "Nice to meet you, Margaret. My name's Athne. Did I pronounce that right?" Dice is a game for little devils. Cards would be more up your alley. Let's go somewhere to play, no? Irish, though. Oh, it's a weird name. It's Irish, though. Okay. Well, it'd be nice if you called me a little devil, but okay. We can go back to my room. And she kind of like skips off, like tugging at your hand. I know I can't play a little girl that well. That died with fucking whatever her face was.
Who?
Vivian's daughter,
Oh, Missy.
Missy. Yeah. Do you follow the child?
Dot.
What in a what?
Yes, but she'll gently nudge her to play more in a fucking open space. Like a lounge. Or a hall. Or Wilson's room. Roll me like a persuasion to try and persuade her away from her room. Let's see, you got a 0 in persuasion. Roll me a d6 minus 4. Oh, you've been rolling on Hal's dice? Fuck you mean Hal's? Oh, you have like a character specific dice? Yeah, I get that.
Oh yeah, Hal is the character from our strat game.
Yeah. Oh, you went bust. She seems pretty determined to go to her room. Thankfully, it's not too far away. It's in the downstairs. Like, it's not one of the grand double doors. The toxic green dye are a bust too. And she leads you to her room. It's small. Like, it's kind of like a 2-person bedroom. Like, it's like, you know what a twin bed is? It's like a smaller bed. And there's very clearly, like, she put like a rope down. On one half, it's like messy. Well, okay, both ends are messy, but in different ways. One looks like just a hazard. Like, there's like animal parts, and there's like bones and stuff scattered about, tattered clothes. And she's like, "Don't go on that side. That's my yucky brother's room." And on her side, it's like you never seen like when 2 kids like split a room and they like kind of like tape down. She's kind of got a rope. So on one half, there's like, small animal parts like little dead cardinals and like, bits of squirrel and groundhog and whatnot. And on her side, it's nicer a little bit. And she's got a lot of books, just tons of books. And like other like small articles, like there's a little like 5-pointed star made out of sticks, like tied together with twine that she has hanging up. But there's like just plenty of books scattered about. I think you can make a smarts roll here actually. Your smarts is 3d8. Actually, I need to pull up my book for this. No, it's just a smarts. It's not exactly yeah. 3d6. Yeah, I think that's what I said. Yep, or no, 38. If you use the wrong dice, you can reroll. Seven, 8. Oh my god. Yeah, reroll 8s. 6. And 2. Alright. You can pick out, like, these are a ton of... You ever been into you know what, like, Warrior Cats is? 24 total, holy shit. Or, yeah, 6, yeah. But you just see a ton of... At this time, they're called, like, dime novels. So it's, like, cheaply made, like, novels that are mass-produced. And there's, like, like, typically of, like, fantastical stories. And here... You see a lot of ones starring a villain in most of the dime novels. One, Mina Devlin, which definitely probably heard of. One of the railroad barons / gang leader out here in the Weird West. Very, very well known. And there's of course claims that she is a witch, while others just kind of say that's just made up to make her look bad for being a strong, independent woman in the head of a railroad company. But you just see a ton of books with, like, Mina Devlin in them. Most of which she's a villain of, casting spells and whatnot to stop the heroes. But yeah. When you say that, witch in the making, I see, she, like, her eyes just sparkle, and I think I described it. Those again, similar green eyes to what you've seen so far. Oh, you bet. I've been doing a bunch of research, and I think I even got a spell. You want to see?
No, we're not keeping her. She's a fucking animal murderer. Like her brother, probably.
Now that's that half of the room. There's no animal parts on her side of the room.
Well, she's just clean about it.
Only one? Well, we all got to start somewhere. Yeah, check this out. Roll me guts. Point anywhere else but me. What's your guts? Your guts is 3d8 or no, sorry, 2d8. My bad. And yeah, you get a +1 because of your grit to one of those rolls. 1. 7. Okay. So that would be a 2 and 8. Where's my Marple's handbook? Uno momento, por favor. I'll just be real quick. Just real quick. Real quick, I say. Sorry. Why don't I have these up? Because I am dumb. I am so sorry this is taking a bit. Oh, there we go. Let's see here. You said 8? Thank you for bearing with me all the way, yeah. Let me check her stats. We heart Marguerite. This is so true. You see, like, she says, "Oh, this will spook you." And you are brought visions of watching your husband die in front of you, being torn apart, just by some creature. It's like a quick, like, glimpse, just like a very quick. You're able to, like, pull yourself together, but it's just quite the sight. Just no tact whatsoever. Wasn't that scary?
Yes, that's my girl.
Are you real punching the kid?
God, everybody's punching kids.
The only
wasn't
downside
killed
is her strength
something.
is even lower than mine, so.
Well, now this place
Eugene
is making it
technically
worse
didn't
than you
punch him.
guys.
Eugene
But
only
no,
tried to punch him, you see.
Okay, roll me fighting
Brawling, I think.
Yeah, roll me fighting brawling if you have it, and by have it I mean I'll check for you. You only have fighting knife. Alright, roll me a D8 -4.
Wait, it's still a fighting, so maybe it's only -2?
Yeah. It says your nimbleness here is a D8. Because remember you use your nimbleness to make the roll, and then you use strength for the damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, like, you add I think 1d6 for the knife. Well, not the knife, but wait, you don't have your knife. You gave it to you gave the knife to Barrett. Remember?
6 minus 4 because you're not using your knife. You're just punching. So
Yeah.
2. Would you like to? Is the 6 after the fact or before? Because if not, would you like to chip that?
Wait, so if it's flat 6, then it would be -2 for a total of 4, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so
Oh no! Let me
Nair,
ask: is the 6 before the -4 for unskilled like fighting brawling, or is it after the like? Did you apply the penalty or not?
-2, right?
-4. Oh, before. Okay, so it'd be a minus, or not a minus 2. You would be at a 2 right now. Would you like to? Would you like to chip that?
Wait, but
I have one red chip, right? Let me check your chips. Nair, yeah, you have a red. Wonderful, you're gonna use the red. All right, roll me a d8. Add 3. 2 minus 3. I mean, that's a hit. Okay. Let me remove that red. And roll me 1d4. Because I think that's your strength. Yep. 3. You are a little startled, and you throw just a really quick jab at her. That hurt! Then she starts crying. Boo hoo, boo hoo hoo. No, she's actually crying though. I can't do a little girl crying impression. Eugene, are you deciding to go down that trap door?
of course, I'll pull out my gun just in case, you know.
You pull out your gun and you clamber down. You go down some stairs and it leads to a wine cellar. Plenty of bottles of wine, nice vintages, nice and old. Some up to 70 years old, aged.
Right? So
And
just wine cellar, walking through it. Is it lit?
is it lit? Not. I mean, there's some candles. And going
I'll take a
further,
candle in one hand.
yeah. And you do reach a room with it's a little separated from the rest of them. It looks like there's like a slab there, kind of carved into the wall. Like you're like ground level. There's like a kind of a marble-ish slab. It's probably not marble, but it's a lighter color stone. And there is like chains embedded into the wall, and like connected to like manacles, and there's scratch marks, like into the stone.
Okay, is there blood?
None that you can see.
And it's like this basically, yeah?
It's a
Chains.
bit lower down, like closer to the. They're like longer chains, but they're a bit closer to the little slab below.
Okay, so it's like not
Not
tied
it's
to the
not
wall.
torture like stuck like this. It is like freedom to kind of move around in that small space.
Okay, and how big is it? Is it like to hold a human? Well, human hands.
Yeah, they're definitely manacles made for a person.
Yeah, and this is just one slab right there in the middle of the cellar.
Yeah, it's like a kind of separate-ish room dugout, but yeah.
Okay, is there anything closed to close it or open it, or just flat opening in the way?
It is just kind of a flat opening. Aaron, you doing all right? Oh yeah, Nair needs a good couple moments to recover shaking. She hesitates for a bit, but her first instinct is to comfort the child. But instead, she composes herself and telling off the child. Witchcraft is not just some game of hopscotch, Marguerite. Don't do that again. She's keeping the... I'm sorry. I thought you were just like-minded. I thought you would understand. It's not my fault that's what your brain thinks is the scariest. But yeah, Eugene, that's all you find down in the cellar.
Well, I'm gonna try to sneak out of there.
Alright. Roll me sneak. One last time. As you now hear someone about in the kitchen.
That's a 5.
Would you like to chip that?
Oh, it's alright.
Okay. Give me 1 second. My dear friend, just one little second.
Also, I forgot to mention I put my gun back in.
Yeah.
So I'm not like robbing the place.
Yeah. As you exit out, you quickly sneak by. She's turned away attending the stove. She's boiling something. It's
Edwina?
Edwina, yeah. She is at the pot just kind of stirring something. Not really looking to where the cellar is, so you kind of have to skirt past her. But you do so fast enough that she fails to notice.
And I'm back at the dining hall then.
She'll now attempt to get on her knees and attempt to wipe the tears. I can teach you safer tricks than these, Marguerite. You shouldn't be dealing with devils. That makes us even, no? Sure. I can... What? And by the way, you very astutely, when she did that to you, there was no cards in her hand. So whatever she did was not of your own ilk. So it's just a little something that popped out to expert huckster.
I think Wilson's
Nair.
going to come downstairs.
You come down, and it seems like people are starting to gravitate towards the kitchen. By people, I mean the family. Oh yeah, quick question. What's up? But you see Samuel pushing the old man in the wheelchair. He's now in a wheelchair, no longer his rocking chair, pushing him to the dining hall. Can you deliberately fail a hack? Sure. Or no? What? Huh? Well, maybe. No, I don't think you can deliberately fail it. I don't think. You can just kind of hope you get a bad roll. Can I teach her poisonous victuals? That's evil. Sad. If you want to try and roll for it. But yeah, now everyone's starting to gravitate towards the dinner. You hear a bell ring. It's Samuel calling, his other hand on like one of the bars of the wheelchair. It's supper time.
Wilson's going to find...
If you'd like a meal, please join us.
Wilson's
Eugene's
eyes are
right
sunken
now
in,
in
and
the
he looks like
dining
he's
hall.
like kind of
He was already
taking
standing
on
there when the
the
family
understanding
arrived.
of what he did, and like it is weighing on him physically. It's like he's carrying like 200 pounds worth of kit, but he's just like weighed down, and he's like, Eugene, I'm sorry for what I said. I was single-minded. I realize you were right. It wasn't my decision to make. There were other opportunities, but I turned a blind eye to them because it was easier. I hope you'll forgive me. I wasn't trained for this. I don't know. It's like I don't know what I should be doing. Ever since Jurgen fell ill, I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
At first, Eugene kind of like seeing Wilson walk in, you can see he kind of like crosses his hands, he's not happy to see him, but then as Wilson walks towards him, he notices all the sunken eyes, the tired look, the shambling movement, you described. As he speaks, Eugene's expression kind of begins to soften to more saddened one. Well, didn't they teach you some kind of code to keep by? I mean, some backbone to follow.
Jurgen always said
right?
that I cared too much. I genuinely want to reduce the suffering of those around me, and sometimes that's not following the code. Sometimes there are things that need to be done that aren't of the scripture, but every step I take towards that is just, I feel the Buddha's light dimmer, much dimmer. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be troubling you with this, but I just thought you were owed an explanation for my behavior.
Well, I was sometimes blinded by my code as well when Ben approached me, for example. It would have been smart to anticipate a cheat, something like from something like him, but I didn't, and look at where that got me. So maybe not following the code all the time is a good thing. But look, Eugene places a hand on his shoulder, kind of like a more neutral expression on him. You're still my companion, and
Yes,
I'm not going to be mad at you.
That's acceptable.
But
I think
no more
that's the
animal
best
murder,
course of
right?
action. I'm not the arbiter of life and death, and I shouldn't pretend to be.
I have no quarrels with animals that are already dying. If you can't save them in any way, if your powers fail, then yeah, even I can't do anything about it. But we must try.
You're right.
If we don't try, we're nothing. It's just plain as that.
You're right.
People who don't try to do good just end up doing bad.
I hope that trying is sufficient. I think you're right. I'm going to continue to try. Let's go to supper. Thank you. No,
Yeah.
I don't
I
think
can
so.
see
It's funny
fasting
that
for
Buddha
7
actually
days hasn't
had a
been good on
period
you.
of starvation before he decided that it was extremely foolish. It's called there's art of him basically looking like a skeleton before he determined that starving himself did not ease the suffering of anybody else. It's probably a lesson I should learn. Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah, well, you're starting to look like that painting, and
Okay.
I haven't seen it. Yeah, let's get you some good food. And I'm just gonna lead him to sit in the chair.
Back to flashback. Before you hear the bell, you quickly show little Marguerite your little trick. You kind of place a cloth over, you draw a few cards, and then revealing the cloth underneath is like these kind of blocks of just kind of like grayish like matter. It's just kind of like gooey. It's something that you made before. It's not palatable, but you performed the trick quite well. And Marguerite kind of sees the cards, or at least just kind of looks at the whole procedure. Oh, I have a few uncles that can do that.
Damn.
Before just not even continuing her thought and skipping down for supper. Not even that interested in your hex. But do you... well, Nair is... putting it on the boy's bedside side of the bed. Okay. But do you join do you join them for supper? Oh yeah, and of course Barrett joins you guys. He was taking a power nap. He's definitely a lot livelier.
That's very nice.
Can I choose not to? I mean, I suppose you could just not show up to dinner.
Hey, Eugene paid for you to be at dinner. He like paid 50 cents. You think he was gonna like you? Not showing around, wasting his money.
You'll take a detour to find more ciggies.
Oh,
It does not go well. If you want to try and roll another scrounging, you could. It's gonna be a difficult one. Roll me a 1d8 if you really are trying to find some. Yeah. But all right, you guys go for dinner, and eight. Would you like to? I said 1d8, huh? Oh, 8. Oh, explosion. 8. 4. Yeah. Fuck. You are literally searching between the cushions of, like, you're actually full tweaker mode. You're looking through the cushions of chairs, and you find it. Half of a cigarette. It's like gold in your hands.
blessed be the money to that guide her fate.
Rejoice. She'll smoke it on her way in. Alright. As you walk in, Edwina lays upon you, still a smirk on her, her permanent grin on her face. She lays upon a great feast. Let me pull up my notes. It is a... I think I described it. I'm not sure if you're there. Do you know what a suckling pig is,
What's up?
Nico? Not Nico.
I do,
Not
yeah.
Oak. Sorry, I'm going full schizo right now. So do you know what a suckling pig is? Yeah. So it's like the half of a suckling pig, right? Finely cooked. But instead
That
of
is
the back
horrific.
legs of a pig, sewed on is the back legs and like body of a turkey. That is like also finely cooked with, it's there's like a bedding of like lettuce or other greenery with like cooked potatoes around it. There is a large bowl of like just like various vegetables and like something you can't really make out. I don't know how much of a butcher is
Wait, what?
how much about butchering does not Eugene Wilson know?
Probably nothing.
I said how much do you know about butchering? Probably nothing. Alright, just checking. You do see like chunks of onions in there, so that's something you can make out. But that is the main meal. It's a large meal, enough for like many people. All the Waitley family is gathered on kind of one side of the large dining table, like very grand. And of course, there's seats for everyone around. And Samuel speaks up. Today, we'll be having a cockatrice, half pig, half turkey. We didn't find it in the wild, and he kind of laughs as kind of a joke. And we have a tripe and onion salad. And we actually might even have a dessert near the end of our meal. And he kind of smiles. And to be respectful of all cultures, we ask that you do not pray. Sorry, we get many visitors from all around here. But please help yourself to however much. If there's not enough, which would surprise me, I'll see if we can scrounge up some more.
What are the drinks?
Oh, yes, how could I forget? You have nice water from the mountains, and for those who want, we have a nice finely aged vintage wine.
Look at it, like feel his. Yeah, he ate before this, but I assume he's still kind of woozy.
Yeah, I mean, I should have asked you guys for how that. Yeah, but it's been like a good 5 days of travel between, not 4 days between the.
Have I eaten on the road?
The Buddhist safe haven and here. It's been like 4 days. I think I said that earlier.
Okay.
But yeah.
I think Wilson's not gonna partake
a little bit.
in the food.
Whatever you could spare from other people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And besides, it would be a sin anyways, eating after lunch. Yeah. But yes, you guys, the rest of you have this grand feast. All the children are, it's just all of them together. You have the 2 children. You have the older man in the wheelchair, Edwina and Samuel. And they're getting their plates ready, and they, insist you do the same.
Well, Eugene will keep his ration to what he knows, at least on the table. He won't partake the wine. I think he wants to stay sober for this. But he's quite thin, he's a lightweight, so. But he's gonna, offer Wilson to save some for tomorrow.
Oh, hey. Wilson generally
some food.
Is gonna look to Eugene, and are we sitting together, or is he asking if he should save me some, or?
Yeah, you guys are seated how you want to be seated.
No, I'm asking,
Eugene,
do you want to
I'm
save some
more
food for tomorrow?
Now, but
since you don't eat now.
In my right mind, I don't know if this food is safe. I think that it's very likely that there's something wrong here. I'm not sure if we should eat these people's food. You can, but just know that I warn against it. It doesn't feel right to me.
Nair check.
Nair check. Nair asks over. So may I presume you're the very same Whateleys that once fled from England? And she's poking her food for the whole being. Okay. You don't get much of a response out of 3 of the Whateleys. The older gentleman, Edwina, and the small male child. But Samuel speaks up. Oh, do you know of our family history? I'm sorry, it's quite fogged by a lot of conspiracy. There's a lot of infighting of royals back home, and there's been nasty things said about us. I'm sorry if that off-put you. But yes, we are, descended from the family from Wales. It's quite interesting history, actually, being related to royals. But no, yes, he doesn't seem scared, but he's definitely like trying to ease you guys. So
As he talks about, well, as Wilson first says about the food, after what Eugene saw, and of course the cockatrice you said, he
cockatrice,
is
yeah.
Might I
doubtful
say,
of the food. So
I
he's gonna
apologize
just
for my dour
sip some
demeanor
water.
yesterday, Waitley's. This is
Nothing.
a lovely place, and I'm grateful for the hospitality. Oh, okay. This morning.
It's actually the same day that you guys got here
Um,
around noonish, and this is dinner time. Yeah, yeah.
If you don't mind, the two of us, are of a religion that forbids us from eating in presence of others. So we will have to save this food for later, if you don't mind. But we will enjoy your company nonetheless.
Honorable to lie.
Yeah. Eugene
is it?
has already. I've already been giving hints to it, so I think Eugene will do that.
I have a
His
question.
first line, however long, I don't remember.
Is it breaking?
Since the start of
Is
the
it breaking
campaign.
oath to let other people speak for me, like and lie? Like, do I
Yes.
have an obligation
Oh,
to
yes.
chime in and correct them?
That's kind of a gray spot. I'm not gonna punish you either which way. It's definitely a tough one for you to figure out whether he's right. But he is speaking his own mind.
I think he won't right now. I think I'll hold this.
There's nothing you can do much about that. Whether you want to correct him is something else entirely. Okay, and Nair will ask, well, seeing as we're either royalty or magical practitioners here, I don't suppose I would call us royalty anymore. Quite far from home, and now doing honest trade. And as for magic, that's a rather nasty rumor of witchcraft, used to perpetrate a massacre of us. It's quite unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
But the Whateleys are definitely eating, and so is Barrett.
Ideally, I'm seated next to Barrett and Eugene.
Starving.
Mm-hmm. Are there windows to this place?
Yeah, he is definitely taking his fill.
I'm just gonna take a. Is it sun?
Yeah, there's a
outside,
couple
or
windows.
are the blinds drawn? Are the blinds drawn?
No, it's dark from both.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Yeah,
I'm
by the
just on
windstorm or
sniper
the
watch.
snowstorm, and just the fact that it's kind of later in the day anyway.
I have my president here, Mr. President.
Yeah. but yes. I do, forgive me. If you are of a religion, sorry, I was not aware. If you have we're always willing to make accommodations. If you need something from us.
Yes,
And he looks over to Eugene and Wilson after
Mm-hmm.
what Eugene said about practicing a different religion.
So what did he say? Accommodations?
Yes, there. He says he's always willing to provide accommodations.
I must say, I
of other
apologize
religions, though.
for assuming
Thank you. That
nefarious
is very
intent.
gracious.
I think I judged a book by its cover with how I interpreted you all, and I'm just personally sorry. Is there anything that we could assist you with? Anything your family has need of? Any supplies that we could run you after the blizzard clears?
Oh no, we'll have supply trains here anyway. We are well stocked. We provide more food for you if we did have more to spare. But thank you for asking. But we're here at your service. Here at the
Mhm.
Overlook Hotel, and he's still same as before. He's definitely like glancing over your shoulder, not really actually making eye contact with you. Nair says, "Yet you all live like royalty all the way out here. How did you get by with such your reputation in these hostile lands?" I don't mean to sound suspicious. If I'm amazed, if I'm in dire survival tips myself. Well, we are granted a large sum of money when our family fled. Quite well off. The rest of our family used to live here, um, but they've moved further out west, and we can't rely on the old money. So they are seeking out new businesses. But we remain here to provide for the hotel, and we're doing quite well. And he's not just eating himself, like eating his own food. He's also feeding the older gentleman for him, who between chewing and swallowing is continuing just the cackling and the pointing in random directions.
Excuse me for asking, but what are you looking at?
Me?
Yeah, not to be rude, but you appear to be staring somewhere above me. Above.
Am I? I am?
Indeed.
Well, that's news to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Wilson
look
nods.
at Wilson and Nair, to make sure they see this.
Nair will once again look up. Nothing there. It is just ceiling.
Sir, we don't mean to trouble you. If this is a condition you suffer, we meant nothing by it. I do apologize.
I don't mind. I just don't
Well,
really know
let
what you're
us move on to
talking
talk
about.
about more pleasant matters then.
Indeed. But let us know if you need anything. I can't stress it enough. Little people are
Well,
off-put
my
and
needs are met.
don't ask
Are
for what they
yours?
really need.
Is there anything you all require?
By any chance, do you have here a library or any collection of books we might browse through? We are avid readers.
Sorry, no. The rest of our family took their books with them.
That's unfortunate.
Maybe then, how do I delete shit? What did you mean to delete? Sigh of relief. Yeah, maybe my green is more then.
So, are you you said you were a part of a royal family, at least descending from it. Are there
Yes.
any more of your kin we may meet in Utah?
No, not in Utah. They've moved on. They're in California, as it were.
Oh, that's quite far west.
Yes. The booming ghost rock trade. They've taken an interest in it.
Yeah, quite daunting stuff, you ask me. I'd rather leave that for more experienced professionals, like the
Yes.
Collegium.
I've not heard of this collegium.
Well, you see, the Collegium, I've heard, is a wondrous university. And then not an enterprise, unlike Smith and Roberts. They prioritize creativity and inventions over profit.
Oh. Yes, inventions. There's been quite a lot of those recently. Yes. distrust them on the matter of they can really fail on you at the worst of times. But to each their own, as they say.
Can I do something? Can you use
And,
faith for like general spiritual
dinner
vibes?
just kind of continues along.
Okay. I just
Not really.
no,
There's
I
like
just
stuff for
wanted to
that.
see if this guy
But is
was
there like
like
anything
haunted by
like in the
something
material
spiritual.
world you want to check?
Yeah. Hmm.
There's not much unless you got something specifically for that. But dinner continues on. Do any of you actually start to eat?
No,
No.
we still have rations, so we'll just.
I think
eat
I
those.
think Wilson will not refuse
take the
what's
food
given
and
to him.
just-
I think he'll take it.
I don't know what we'll do with it.
No, he's just gonna take it.
Wait, he will eat the food at the table or just take it with him later?
Yeah. And the plates are nice. They're like a nice, nice porcelain plates. You got and it's like fancy. You got like the selection of different spoons and whatnot, and like the different forks. In like high society, how it's like you look across the room, they're using like all different kinds of forks. It doesn't look like they're actually like, being proper
Well,
etiquette.
Well, Wilson, you see, the forks are actually very simple to use. They're laid out in such an order that you
That's
have to go
interesting.
through them from the first to the last, depending on which meal you are served. It's not that difficult at all.
Nair wants to investigate the food. Cognition question mark? Let me see if there's anything else that can really apply to that. I think scrutinize is also I think it might be scrutinize. All right. 1d8 and I'll say keen applies. So 1d8 plus, is it 2 or 4? I don't remember off the top of my head. Yeah. Five total. From what you look at and observing the demeanor of the other Waitlys, they're just chowing on it like it's nothing. And same with Barrett. He seems to be fine just eating it, and he hasn't said it tasted strange. Smelling it depends what you put on your plate. The pork smells like pork. The turkey smells like turkey. Everything just kind of seems normal.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Nair's response to see what she does. Nom.
Nair check.
Yeah. You eat the food, and it is delicious. It is really good. Like, it's odd, yes, but it's well seasoned. It's flavorful. It's the meat is juicy. The potatoes are nicely cooked. It's still like English cooking, so there's not like too many spices, but it's enough to be flavorful. It's not like post like British wartime meals. It's not like gross. It is pretty tasty. And honestly, probably the nicest food you've eaten in a bit. Oh, she's chomping down. Yeah. And seconds. Yeah. And thirds.
Mhm.
By the end of it is you are stuffed. And that is when Samuel reveals, well, there's a secret I've been keeping from you all. And I have a dire question for you of the utmost importance.
What is it?
I'm waiting for Nair to give her little. Come on, Nair. Come on, Nair.
I don't know if this is a fake
Dessert?
out or a double fake
Yes.
out. Like,
Who
this
wants
is,
dessert?
it might even be a triple fake out.
And he gets up, and he goes to the back, and his wife follows suit, or sister, or whatever you want to
Both.
call her, both. And they come out. She's holding a large, like, bowl of it. It's I'm not sure if any of you got. Eugene might know what this is. It's like it's kind of like this mass of like kind of like it's maybe like it's like more like together than like a custard or a cream, but it's in kind of like scoops of like it's kind of a whitish, like a little off white, and
Ice cream?
yeah, and like Samuel brings out bowls and hands them to everyone. This is a quite a unique dessert. It's iced cream flavored with vanilla. And he'll give
Ooh.
everyone a few scoops. The kids are like demolishing it, like the instant it goes in their bowls. They're like the boy is like using his bare hands to eat it. You know, watching them eat is very unsettling with varying degrees of manners.
Yes, I've tasted this a long time ago. I've had the pleasure.
Yes, it's quite wonderful, isn't it? And he eats some himself, like just kind of gorging on it. Well, that will be all for dinner, unless you all wish some coffee or some digestifs, as the Italians call it.
I think I will take these privately to my quarters to enjoy. I wouldn't want it to melt.
Yes, just make sure you stack all your silverware and bowls together so they're easily to collect.
Of course. Thank you for the gracious meal.
Yeah. No, you don't understand, Nair. This wasn't just packed snow. This is like ice cream. This is like new to you. Like possibly. I'm not sure how popular it was. It's definitely something you heard of. Possibly. To Wilson, definitely new. Yeah. So, but it is nice vanilla ice cream. Well, if that is all, I wish you all a good night and to sleep well. And hopefully we'll not be trapped in the morning. We will serve breakfasts. The 50 cents isn't just for dinner, it's for a full meal as you stay here.
Oh, wondrous.
Indeed.
We will be there then in the next morning.
Wonderful. She rolls her eyes but gives in. She's not tearing up at all. Oh. Yeah, the ice cream is great. Like it's cold, and if you eat too much your head kinda hurts. But it's like sweet and flavored like vanilla, and it's like nice and smooth. It is really nice, Nair. But with that, they will begin to clean up. Samuel's wiping his grandfather's mouth off. Or, sorry, oops, spoiler. He wipes off the old man's mouth off,
Mhm.
and
Well, no, I mean,
Edwina,
it wasn't that big.
and Edwina wipes the mouths of her children.
Did we catch the name of the old man, by the way?
In conversation, no, you didn't.
Okay.
Would you like to ask?
Oh, yes, and who is this fine gentleman?
Oh, sorry for not fully introducing my family. I was a little preoccupied. This is, well, I suppose only grandmother knows his name. This is Grandfather Waitley. He's a beloved patriarch of this little family of ours. This is my wife, Edwina. Just the most wonderful sister I've ever had. This is Marguerite, my daughter. She's quite smart. And finally, my beloved child. This is Wilhelm. He's named after his grandmother. Isn't he sweet?
Yeah. Gideon once again looks him, gives him a death glare. That little shithead will get what's coming for him, one way or another.
The kid is just sitting there, mouth reading, with like the Kubrick stare. As you guys turn in for the night.
The
And with
fucking
that-
Adams family.
And with that, you drift off to sleep in varying degrees of how easily you do it.